Finally live for International Persons with Disabilities Day. Right now we're watching Netflix series Special. If you want to watch that with us, we're on season 1, episode 7. The blind deaf date. I love this episode because the mom's dating this has been secretly dating a guy. And the son, who's disabled, just found out, and he's totally being so fucking dramatic about it. Like, he wanted his mom to date. Like, why are you being drama queen? And so now that his mom is dating, he's being a huge drama queen about it. And her boyfriend was like, well, if he holds on to a grudge over it, he's just being an asshole. And she was like, he's not an asshole. He just has CP. And her boyfriend's like, people with CP can be assholes. It's like truer words were never spoken. It's so funny how like sometimes people put disabled people in like this sensitive bubble, like they can't be dicks. It's like, of course we can be dicks. We can be mean and hateful and terrible, just like regular people. Don't infantilize the feelings of disabled people. So he showed up on this blind date, and he just realized that the blind date his boss set him up on is with a deaf guy, and he's being weird on the date because he got set up with another disabled person. He's taking that like personally.
Sorry for freaking out.
Which like I kind of get, but also like he's taking it too personally. Shh. Antonio, stop barking.
We are going to spend the weekend naked.
So, you booked it already?
Run around and be free. No, over there and bark. Come over here and be quiet. Shh. All the kids are coming home from school in the neighborhood. He needs to announce it.
Sorry that I lied to you about having a boyfriend. Now we're going to the bye.
So you can go get your phone.
I'm about to smoke some gelato. Right today.
You don't get my life. I'm sorry.
Breaking up with the guy over it. Antonio, come on.
Rotten hell. Period. Never talk to me again.
The mom is.
Exclamation point. Smile emoji. Hi, I'm just texting with my mom. It's her birthday.
Rotten hell, period. Never talk to me again. Exclamation point. Smiley face. It's really funny to hear someone talk a hateful text message.
Daddy wasn't into it.
Yeah, he did tell me.
Sorry. I really thought setting you up with someone who couldn't hear how annoying you were was the ticket.
I wasn't into it. I wasn't into it.
Too intimidated, I get it. He is so hot. And then there's his abnormally loneliness.
Okay, first of all, you really shouldn't know that because he's your cousin.
So, you're disabled.
Wow.
And you were left with a weird limp, which I'm pretty sure makes you disabled.
Whatever. I still do better than a turkey guy.
Wow.
Are you serious right now? This is amazing. Like,
I can still do better than a deaf guy is literally what he said.
Right about this.
Antonio, come here.
How you hate that you're disabled and getting set up with someone who's deaf forced you to look in the mirror.
That's not what this is. Why are you always...
Yeah, he does. Clearly, he's
Everyone treats you
disabled.
like you're a boy in a car accident bubble.
Oh, so you being rude is actually doing me a favor. Wow. Thank you so much.
You're so
ID.
welcome. Ooh, and I thought of a new article idea for you. 4 ways Ryan can get his shit together. Number 1, he can stop suffering from internalized egoism.
That's not funny.
Yes, it is. Look it up.
Number 2, hot stuff has an 8 thank you note for going out with him. 3, 3, you can learn to, oh, I don't know.
Love yourself.
And 4, wash your fucking hair. It's snowing on your shirt.
Oh.
Disability. Grocery list. Egg. Banana. Bread.
She roasted the fuck out of him.
You weren't answering your phone, sorry. I thought. Yep.
Antonio, come here.
Run some errands?
Sure.
Antonio, out the kitchen. Why do you always have to do this all the time? I don't understand. You know you're not supposed to be in there. Why do you make me do this and live this life? Why do I have to play this game?
Terrible.
Because
My dog.
Mom,
Every day.
am I secretly fucked up? Are there like
Layers of fucked upness is inside me?
I don't even know exactly.
Oh, how many of us have thought that?
I don't make sense to anyone. Anyway.
it's not that big
Antonio. Don't bark at the
Mom, I'm not a complete psycho, okay? I get it.
Come on.
You wanting a boyfriend. It's full of party to go to alone. So what happened?
I don't know. Maybe I'm the one who secretly screwed up.
Please. They're like the death bench and stable. Stabilize.
Shamir. Shamir, puppers. Lee. There's too many cars and people outside. It's too much for him. His big puppy ears going crazy. Got these big old terrier ears that just hear everything. Terrier chihuahua ears. And his terrierness is like, I must alert you to my of the goings ons. You're a little prancing. You prancing away? Ugh, shoes with laces suck. If you have any condition that affects you tying your shoelaces, I feel for you. Okay, because there's so many things. Like if you have dexterity issues with your fingers, bending over to do it, because that's the thing. Okay, you think, oh, we'll just tie your shoes before you put them on. There's so many shoes where you have to tie them with on your foot, and that's the problem. Like shoes you have to tie on your foot are the fucking worst for me, because I have a issue that is about the fluid around my brain. So it's really affected by pressure and moving, like when I change the pressure in my head. So like laying flat or standing up can affect it. So if I like bend down for long periods of time, sometime I can like feel a headache coming if it was already close. So I'm like spending a long period of time trying to tie some damn shoes. And the frustration of shoes does not help the headache I feel coming.
Mom.
Yeah. People do everything really. That's what you want for your birthday.
Oh, come on. I asked you to do this one thing for me. Please make it change. It's not that hard. Right. Ryan, hey, what are you doing?
Nothing.
He's literally ignoring her while on the phone with her. Oh, his poor mommy. Poor mommykins. And it's her birthday. I feel bad. She's getting like all extra cute to try and get her man back right now. Putting on the earrings, and she's not an earrings mom. My mom's an earrings mom. I'm not gonna be an earrings mom. You'll notice y'all never see me wear earrings, and I've gotten dressed to go out before with this on stream, and I'm not gonna be an earrings mom. My kids are gonna know, like, ooh, bitch, put on earrings. It's like, who you trying to impress? Got earrings on.
And I'm cooking dinner with Ryan tomorrow night. Let's take a little birthday party. And I thought maybe they need each other. Take it from there.
Last night, in the stream, we watched the movie Us, and it was a super head trip for sure. I was very much like I think it was a combination of a horror movie and a psychological thriller. That's what really got to me, because by like the end of the night, I watched Us, and then I watched a fuck ton of Bob's Burgers and stuff, and still hours later, the ending of Us kept popping in my head, just the very, very ending. So here's my spoiler alert warning that I'm about to talk about the Jordan Peele's movie Us. It was really well done. I don't like a lot of horror movies because the writing is so mediocre. That's really what gets me. The mediocre writing. Like, to me, it's not like it's just like the violence or the killing. I mean, I love action movies. You can kill 5,000 people. If you do it in the pursuit of justice or for a sensible reason, I'll be like, well, they had to do it because his daughter was being held over there by some guy. So he had to kill all those people aggressively, mostly with his bare hands. Like, you can really make sense. If you're desensitized like that. Like, I've watched so many movies now as an adult that I'm like, so my super sheltering, extra overprotective parents that literally, like, I remember being at a slumber party and Dr. Dolittle, they were going to play Dr. Dolittle, right? This is just a short, what do you call it? Tangential, sorry, thinking of the word is distracting me. A short tangential tale, since I can't think of the actual word, to explain how overprotective my parents were when it came to the media, right? Or anecdote, that's it. A short tangential anecdote to describe how overprotective my parents were, right? I was at a summer party when I was like between 9 and 11. Okay, so not that young. And Dr. Dolittle was going to be played. And I knew it was rated PG-13 and I was not allowed to watch PG-13 movies. So I called my parents to let them know that Dr. Dolittle was going to be played at the summer party, and they came and picked me up.
Oh, really? Hey, everyone, gather around.
I was not allowed to sit and watch that. I saw Bruce Lee's The Big Boss for the first time when I was like 6 or 7 years old. So that's like the equitableness. I don't know how old I was the first time I saw Die Hard, but I know I've seen it basically my entire life. I've seen all the Lethal Weapons always. I've always been allowed to watch basically any action movie that came on television because it was cable edited automatically. And then if we rented when we rented movies, my parents would just like cover our eyes during sex parts, and that was it. Like, we were allowed to watch action movies and karate movies, but not anything else. It was weird. And I plan to be weird the same exact way. I love letting little kids like watch anime that I'm like, this is inappropriate for a 6-year-old. But also, how will they be cool if they don't watch, really crazy gunslinger anime when they're 7? They won't. I can't see how they'll be cool if they don't start watching it when they're like 6 and 7. You got to make them nerd cool. Initiate them. My niece has been watching Star Trek since she was 4. I've been watching Star Trek my life. Is Star Trek for babies? No, but you just sit there and you get into the stars and the action scenes. The next thing you know, you're listening to the plots. And it's also pretty PG. But I digress. Back to us. So I didn't watch any like horror scary stuff till I was older, except old scary stuff, which is way fucking scarier. I rewatched Vertigo, Alfred Hitchcock's Vertigo recently. Definitely one of the most fucked up things I've ever seen in my entire life. And I watched Vertigo for the first time before the age of 8. 100%. It was at or before the age of 8 that I watched Alfred Hitchcock's Vertigo for the first time, and I know that because of where we lived. We moved a lot when I was a kid, so I can track my age a lot of time based on where we lived. I know the apartments we lived in, so I know it was around the age of 8 or before that I saw the movie Vertigo and Harvey. And I'm like, after I rewatched it recently, and the ending of Vertigo is super fucked up. Spoiler alert for Vertigo if you don't want to hear, like, skip ahead 30 seconds a minute. But the ending of Vertigo is basically like the guys like love the guy like has a fear of heights. So the love of his life is like, oh, you know what? I'm going to do this whole like psychotraumatic system of breaking his fear that she's come across and believes will work, and hires another woman to help her. And along the way, he like falls in love with the other woman.
Burn, baby, burn.
And the actual love of his life like dies, accidentally falling out of a window, whilst trying to commence her plan to break his fear of heights, right? And it's like, well, at least he still has the woman that he fell in love with while she was doing this crazy plan. But then at the very end, in the very last scene, that bitch falls through a window and dies. And you're like, what the fuck? And they're like, end credits. You're like, what? I saw this when I was 8? How have I ever used the ladder? What? Why would the second I saw my mom after, I was like, why did you show this to me as a kid? She's like, oh, Vertigo is really scary. And I was like, so why did you show it to me before I was 8? Before I was 10? And she was like, did I? And I was like, yes. Like, if it scared the shit out of you, why did you show it to me? And she's like, I was like, you realize the reason like I'm so fucked up and I'm like little Daria is because you were showing me this stuff when I was a kid. And she's like, I guess I could have not shown you the things that terrified me. Like, that would have been an idea, to not show me the things that terrified you. Like, I think I'm going to wait till my kids are like teenagers to show them Vertigo, even though I kind of do want to show it to them, because now it's like, now I'm torn. Like, what if I don't show my kids any movies that mess them up and they're too normal, You ever have that fear of having normal kids where you're like, what if I have normal kids? I wouldn't know what to do with those kids. Like, I'm not normal. I wouldn't know what to do with a normal kid. What if they're like well-adjusted? What if they have a lot of friends in school and they're really popular, And like, they always get along with people really well. They're really nice all the time. You know,
At work.
I wouldn't know what to do with a child like that.
Oh, no, well, I read about it. I didn't know you read that.
What if you have a child who's like super in touch with their feelings and like always wants to communicate them? Could you imagine having a normal, well-adjusted child? What would you do? But you could show your kids the Alfred Hitchcock movies before they're teenagers and mess them up nice and good, just like you. So, yeah, I didn't see like I basically anything made past like this 1970 scary until early 2000s, I'd say. And then I found them to be very pedantic, silly, stupid, poorly written. I don't like the Nightmare on Elm Street movies. I don't like the Halloween movies. I don't like the Chucky movies. You guys saw me streaming them during Cryptober. You can go to the Cryptober playlist and watch some of the streams. I'm like, this is not good. No, this is silly. Now I'm gonna probably replay Us tonight because some of it does bother me. Like, okay, the pacing of Us bothers me, but I think it's intentional to upset you. Like, they move a little too slow in the whole movie. You're like, well, y'all speed up. Please move faster. Don't y'all know somebody is chasing you? Y'all moving a little too slow. Prepping your step. Move faster if somebody's after you. What are you doing? But I think like the pace of the movie is kind of meant to upset you and keep you tense while you're watching it, and that worked. You know.
Wow. I had no idea. I really drove you so hard. You know what? Why don't I just ask you something ever?
You just rolled without a phone called me.
I'd love to see how well you function. Let's be real. If you're not helping me, you have nothing going on in your life.
I mean,
I had something just of my own that didn't revolve around you and ruined it.
That is such bullshit. God. If you want to blame me for the reason why you're alone at 49,
I'm 50. I'm 50.
Ouch.
You don't even know how old I am.
it sucks when you're like almost have the leg up in a fight and then you fuck it up
then go away.
with one comment.
Leave me alone.
Like, fuck it, I'm losing.
I'm so sorry. I don't like it.
Yeah, that's hurtful. I think they both said things that were hurtful and wrong in that fight, for sure. Just cutting away from the discussion about Us to the series special we're watching. Because I can say when you have a disabled child, it is a much bigger deal to tell your child that they're a burden because it's something that society is going to tell your child for the rest of their life. And you need to be the one person not telling your child that they're a burden, you know? It's just not what they need to hear from you. They need to feel like, even though everyone else is going to try to convince them that they're a burden on you, that it's not true. Mm. You knew what I meant. I guess we should watch Glass. I don't really want to. But that's what we're going to end up doing because, it has so much disability representation and has affected so many people. So many people watch it. So many people talk about it. And that sucks. But it's true. But you know what we're going to watch before that? Something a little more fun. We're going to watch Pose. Sitting high as my cheekbones. Season 2 is so good. I can't wait till it's on Netflix so I can do a full binge of all of it. I already played it when it aired on telly, but once it's on Netflix, I'll do a full season 2 binge. I've already done one, but and a lot of people don't think about the disability representation in Pose, but it has 2 levels because one, I don't want to say I like to think. I would say that living as a transgender person, you live with a chronic condition, not an illness, but a condition, because you have to take medication, you need treatment pretty much for the rest of your life. So it's a chronic condition that needs to be monitored for the rest of your life. It's not disabling, but they are part of the medical community. And the laws and restrictions and privileges and benefits and medical benefits that affect all of the disability community essentially do affect trans people, and a lot of things that affect the mental health community and affect institutionalization affect trans people. So I think that in a huge way, trans people are a part of the disability, chronic illness medical community. Not because they're necessarily disabled by their condition, but because it makes them so intricately involved in all of our issues. And then also, because in this series, it's going on during the HIV and AIDS epidemic. So that's a big plot during the series. So that's the reasons why I want to play Pose today. Let's hit the lead, y'all. My house. My house. It's any time. My house. My house. I'd love to hear from other people what their favorite shows and movies and series featuring disability have been lately. In my house. In my house. Category is royalty. I swear to God, if they kill off Pray Tell on this show, I'm going to burn everything to the ground. I don't care. They better cure AIDS just in this show. You better get Magic Johnson's drugs. E for effort. The shade of it all. A lady. Oof. Peignets and corsets. Blingerella. Turn that down a little bit. You do evolve. Oh. He got such a pretty smile. I love watching people who enjoy dancing. It's just so beautiful to watch someone who's passionate about something enjoy their passion. I really like throw their full body into it. And you really get to see dancers do that. Let me announce the show I did it on Discord, but not on Twitter. My bad. My bad, Twitter. Take care of Twitter. The Tweeter sphere. Someone actually was telling me and it was someone who I don't necessarily respect their opinions on things, but they were trying to confront me, I guess, about trans people. And they were saying that a trans friend of theirs was saying that based on the suicide rates in the trans community, they don't think it could all be related to public persecution. And they think that there has to be other causes related to the lifestyle. And I realized, because I've lived with trans people for so long, I realized that when you start transitioning, um, you're provided a lot of medical services, and they give you a lot of things I did not know that you would be given. A lot of things that I did not know you would have, like, the option to have covered. But you know what isn't covered? Mental health care. They don't give them free counseling. You don't get a therapist. When you're going through hormone therapy, you don't get a therapist. I mean, going through puberty, does everyone here remember being a teen? Do we all recall that? Because if you're going through like major hormone therapy, that's like that's what that's going to feel like. It's going to be a really rough hormonal transition. Testosterone is a lot, and estrogen is a fucking lot. And I can't imagine going through that with all the burdens of being an adult without even group therapy. Nothing. They don't get anything. But they'll get the option to have like their chin and brow shaved down. Like they'll literally peel off your entire face and shave down your brow, your facial features more in line with feminine facial features, because testosterone makes them grow a little differently. It's like, so they'll cover that, but mental health care isn't covered. I'm like, that's ridiculous. For a chronic treatment plan to not have mental health care be covered. And it reminded me of the senator. Oh, I forget his name. In fact, I think I'm going to play the episode today. Who ran on like running because he had tried to kill himself, I believe. Or see, I don't want to say anything wrong, so I'm just going to wait till I play it. But the thing is, what he passed was getting health care under medical coverage, because he's like, mental health care is just important as physical health care. That was what his whole platform was as a senator. That was his legacy as a senator, is mental health care is just as important as physical health care. So that's why now when you get medical benefits, it may not cover dental and eye care. That you might have to look into, but it will cover mental health care because of that syndrome. My thing is, why isn't that how it's set up for transitioning? Why isn't the transitioning system set up so that they're getting mental health care automatically? Every single person who goes through the transitioning process, every single person who begins transitioning, why aren't they going through therapy the entire time? The entire time. At least while you're transitioning, if not beyond. Why? I don't understand how that's possible. That seems like a huge gap, blunder, misstep to me, as someone who's worked in the mental health field for 10 years before I stopped working. That's the field I worked in. I don't understand how it's set up, where just no mental health care really is necessary. They're like, you can start going through transitioning, but you're not given mental health care. So all of the impact of that is left untreated, even though our healthcare system is supposed to be set up where mental health care and physical health care are supposed to be treated as equals. But if you transition without full medical benefits, you don't get that mental health care access. So I think that that's something that where people aren't talking about, and maybe a lot of people haven't considered. Like, that's a huge thing. That's a big, big deal. It's not a little deal. It's a big deal. And I hope that some point over the next, I hope it doesn't take a decade. I hope it only takes maybe 5 years for it to come up like, hey, can we get people some goddamn counseling? Feels like that could make a huge difference. Like mandated. Like you don't put them on serious drug treatment and put them through serious body modification without going through also serious counseling for their mental health. Because not only would you presume that because now they're either have previously or now fully stepping into the trans community, they're going to be experiencing things that will affect their mental health, but also because they're a trans person, period, they will have issues that health that need to be addressed. Right? That's just a part of the experience, right? It's like a type of body dysmorphia that they've lived with for so long that is extremely deep. How do you just like physically treat that? You can't just physically treat that. Yeah. So while we're watching Pose, just a little something I've been thinking about. Like, I have no authority. I hope that someone just decides to look into it or research it, or, I hope to have a PhD someday. Go back to school and finish my degree up and get mine, and then I would engage in psychiatric research on this for sure. 100%. I would. This would be an amazing use of a degree to help people. But if somebody gets to it before me, please do help people now. That's why I put it out there now. That's why it's like, this isn't an idea to covet because it's going to like make money. This is an idea, like, put it out there. If someone can start researching it and helping people now, please do, because it's a important thing. Dang it. Lives are affected by it. And we can change it if we know to. And if somebody could research it, prove it wrong, find out something else, and figure out other ways to help people, that too. Whatever. Let's just help people, right? So my bad. I'm getting distracted from talking about us when I switch shows. Also, in other news, we may have finally found like a real professional editor for Chronic Glow. Fingers crossed. And that would be amazing. So Here's hoping. But that all works out. And we end up, getting all these videos edited and having our future videos edited. Like a business with an editor. Because I've already told my sad story before, but our editor passed away, so not had a new one since, or in the interim. That's what happens when you love the people you work with. Honestly, I swear, all the people I work with, I do love them. So, like, if something happens to them, I'm just going to be extra ridiculously emotional about it. That's why, like, we're supposed to be looking for, like, another arts co-chair right now. So we have two and not just one. Right now we have just one. The dream is to have two co-chairs. But finding the perfect disabled woman of color to be your second art co-chair is not easy. We just have to wait for her to stumble upon us and be the angel that joins up. So, one day. Until then, like, we still have Mike, who's awesome and love. And he runs everything, and it's a lot. And any artists we get now who aren't, like, exactly what we're looking for or don't just quite fit, they'll just be like, artists who work with us. And we have worked with some great artists lately. So that's been really nice. But still hoping to find that perfect fit. So anyway, we're supposed to be talking about us, right? I'm not going to keep forgetting. But, yeah, when I was watching Us last night, I really enjoyed all the actors' performances, because I will say that one thing, like in Jordan Peele's Us, I'll say a couple things to start off. One, it's not a black horror movie, it's just a horror movie, because it's like just the main family's black, their best friends aren't, everybody ends up getting attacked. So it's just like a horror movie in general. All the actors have to play regular people and like horror characters, and all of them do a really good job. It's really freaky deaky. So up for all those actors. The kid actors in the movie were excellent. Even though y'all know how I feel about child actors. It gets me every time. The child actors always get me because they're talented. They're so talented. How will we find talent if we're not working children like slaves? Whatever will we do? So, I don't know, those little kids that probably should just be living their lives as children, but instead of being actors, were so talented. They really were. And very scary. I'd say more scary than any of the adults, except Lupita. Except Lupita, the kids were definitely the scariest. And that's, I mean, it's not just because creepy kids are creepy. It was literally the kids put on creepy ass performances. It wasn't because, like, oh, it's a creepy kid. Like, I will say, little Lupita, she might have just been creepy because she was a kid. It's hard to tell. That little bitch haunted my dreams. I swear to God. I was trying to fall asleep. Like, get out of my mind, little bitch. Ah, little black girl, stop haunting my dreams. I could not get that little girl out of my dreams. I was trying every time I started dozing off. I was here, little evil smile. Like, oh no, little black girl, no, no, little Lupita. So little Lupita was scary as fuck, but I don't know if that was because she had like the really good scary eyes or the really good evil smile in that last scene at the end that really fucked with you, or if it was just because she was a little girl. That one is the tosser. But the two kids that were like adult Lupita's kids, though they were just good actors. They were just good little child slaves. Good little child laborers. Good little should be in school youngins. And they were great. The dad. Now here's the thing. Okay, there was a lot of disability mimicry in the movie, or at least a bit, a high dose. Okay, you got a double dose of disability mimicry in the movie because Lupita based her voice in the movie off of a disability that I don't care to look up for right now because I'm lazy. Also, because we're going to be doing disability stuff all day, you can Google. You have Google. We're talking about us. You can Google Lupita's interviews where she talks about the disability that she based her voice in us on. Okay. And so us is considered disability mimicry. It's not because her character is necessarily supposed to be disabled. It's because she based her performance off of mimicking a disability. So it's literally disability mimicry. And her son has burn scars, or the evil Lupita's, or I guess the tethered Lupita's, as we'll call her, son has burn scars like all here when he pulls up his evil kid mask. Which again, just disability mimicry. Also just using scars and disfigurement to represent fear and horror, which we're not down with here. So he's a disabled villain in the movie who eventually literally self-immolates. He walks into fire. For the love of being a pyro. So pyromania. For the love of pyromania. So anyway, that was the not cool part. And the thing is, it's like when you're watching it, you don't really focus on those parts. My Insta's about to end, but you don't really focus on those parts when you're watching it because the movie is so good and so compelling and well written that you just want to watch it. But that shit is happening for sure. Sorry, Jordan Peele. think I'll do one more here before I switch. Before I do the switcheroo. You know? You know the old switcheroo? B A Z. Done. All done. Yeah, if you do want to watch any of the stuff going on in the stream today, just use this link here. You can join the stream. Posting that on YouTube. And you can find it on the Chronic Loaf Instagram as well. Yeah, so the movie itself, Us, really well done. And what it had about it was like the pacing that kept you kind of on the edge of your seat and enthralled, like, go, I need you to go. And then it had a lot of what's the best way to say this? It had a lot of twists where, like, the twist was it's not as big a deal as you think, which is sometimes a good twist. And then it also had twists where it really mind fucked you over. And that really hit right at the end. And that's why it haunted my dreams. So good job haunting my dreams, I guess. You know? Good job haunting my dreams. I need some food. Oh my goodness. No phone. Food. Antonio, don't start. Don't start it, dog. Angel just had her first date with Mr. Businessman. I've had many debates with people about whether or not his story counts as like a queer story, the businessman's. I personally think it does. Just because someone's closeted or in denial doesn't mean they're not technically queer. Other people felt like they didn't like his story trying to like take attention away from the other girl's story. So I guess it depends on your opinion. I needed those bites. Needed them. Antonio, stop. I'm not going to give you my food. No. Stop it. Do you hear his little annoying lines right now? Because I won't give him my food. My food. Not even his food. My food. Okay, stop. Antonio, you need to stop being dramatic. Dog. Such an attitude. Antonio, stop. I'm not going to give you my food. You're really taking advantage right now. You need to cut it out. Your behavior this week has been ridiculous. He's been acting wild all week. Got that done. Got that done. Eat a little more of my food. If my dog will stop torturing me. That hat is ridiculous. Antonio, stop. Lay down. Lay down. He is the worst at begging. Drives me crazy. Back away. Back away. I had one dog that every time he said back away, he would take exactly 3 steps back. Stop begging. Stop, Antonio. Come here. Come here. You gonna stop? You gonna stop? Get down. I'm eating. Lay down. In Us, I think I realized at like the very end of the movie, actually. That's the reason why I do have to talk about the twist at the end of the movie, actually. Because at the very end of the movie, so this is the spoiler for the twist at the very end of the movie. If you want to skip this, I would say I want fast forward ahead like 5 minutes. At the very end of the movie, once Lupita has like defeated, she is driving away with her family, and most people were killed by their tethered selves or by a tethered person. But they got away, or a lot of people were anyway. So she's in the car driving, and suddenly she has a memory flashback, and it's of when she saw herself for the first time as a little girl at the beach. and they tethered her, grabbed her by the throat, and choked her out, and then dragged her to where she lived, chained her to the bed, and took her place, and left like the real Lupita in the tethered like world underground with essentially cloned humans that had extremely underdeveloped minds from years of lack of guidance that had, quote, made them insane. But it seemed like the tethered Lupita had lost her memories of being the real one based on what she was saying when she broke into the house originally. So she and based on what she said when they were back under the ground and fought. And as soon as they revealed that, it made perfect sense. Because it's like, yeah, how did the tethered Lupita develop the ability to develop a plan and organize? Just because she had a will, how did she develop the way? You know? How did she organize all of them? You know, all these people who could barely function, how did she organize them? Or she was at the same level as them? And how did she and then you also realize in that moment she was the only one who could speak the whole movie. None of the rest of them could speak. They could scream and wail and moan, but they couldn't speak. And at first you could think maybe only the females could speak. But then you're like, wait, did they ever speak? So, yeah. She knew how to speak because she was the real one. That's why she could speak. When none of the rest could really verbally communicate in English, at least, you know. Um, so I guess her voice was supposed to be based off someone who knew English as a child but hadn't heard English for the rest of her life. Had only heard screams and wails and stuff like that. So once I saw the movie, I was kind of more unsure why she chose to base her voice off of a disability instead of, I guess, being more imaginative. Unless maybe they were trying to say the girl's throat was damaged when she was choked as a child. Don't start problems, puppy. Oof. I love when she does a full house walk. Ten, 9. Those are generous scores. I mean, they did pretty good, but knowing what their future work is going to be, like those were generous scores. They deserve some 7s and 8s today. The energy was there, but the clothes and the moves could have been better. My baby. But I ain't shit yet either. Little Poppy. He's just the sweetest. That's what's so hard about watching this show. You're just like, they better not kill him off. No drugs, no gentleman callers. And anything you mop belongs to the community. That's a real house, though. Oh, who among us? I mean, I have lived in that house. There's always going to be babies who need houses, right? That's why I hate living in a small place, because it's just like people always need a place to stay. You want to be like, hey, I got a place, baby. You can come stay here. Like, I was the first one. No, wait. No. First was John. Second one. They have their own place and stuff. And then to be able to let my family, and the kids of my family come stay with me. I was happy to be able to help them when I could. I like that she brought all her kids with her when she came to fight to get him in the school, because it's like, this is a learning moment for all of you, not just one of you. So I'm bringing all of you so you can learn how to assert yourself in an important situation. Fight. Don't bark at the neighbors. And fight for something that you think that you deserve and can really earn too. Like, not only do you think you deserve it, but you know you'll earn it once you get it. All the talent and all the hurt you need to be a true artist. You gonna dance? I haven't prepared anything, boy. I'm Damon. I love that there are like a certain chunk of time when anybody can wear a crop top, boys or girls. And the 80s was one of those times. Like, everybody in a crop top. Crop top, crop top. One of my favorite jokes on Cougar Town is when Bobby's talking about how he used to wear the midriff top and the cutoff shorts. I want to talk about how girls, he's like, how come hot girls stole my look? If you don't have anything prepared, you bring your favorite song and you cut it up. I better turn this down for Instagram gets all mad. I need to add Whitney to my Apple Music playlist. I don't know if you guys follow. No, I'm okay. If you look up HTX Kel on Apple Music, she has some really good playlists. She just put out a new one. I can't remember the name of it, but it's really good. You won't be mad if you look her up. Somebody loves me. On Instagram, she's Hot Girl Kel. Oof, that pivot was amazing. Oof. Going into tetting, beautiful. He is working this whole room like it's nothing. And that is not easy to do. Stop whining at me. Aww. They really did make you feel like all your faves are going to die in season 2. But I think only one did. Everyone's life felt endangered, though. So, good job on that. They definitely brought the vibe. Miss Angel. My mom literally had like this exact suit that she's wearing right here. My mom really had the 1980s weather girl look too. She really did. She had like the blowout look, but it wasn't a blowout. Oh, dang. Okay, 1 second. Here we go. There we go. Before we dip into another long movie, let's watch a show. We're gonna watch Speechless, a show I do enjoy. If you'll notice a trend today, a great majority of disability representation in the media is white men. An even greater majority is straight white men. That's why I started with Speechless, because it was a not straight white man. There's just not a lot of not that. It's just the facts. And it's not because a lot of not that isn't real. It's because that's the stuff that the Hollywood in the mainstream media chooses to produce. Those are the ideas that they decide to actually put into production. Oh my God. Give me dodgeball. Is it good? It's long. Cut 10 pages and I'll talk. You don't actually care. You hate your job. Huh. I suppose that's nothing. Now please leave so I can collapse in peace. What do you do? JJ can't. Then you're done there. Like kids get held back a year and have to repeat it all the time. Why do you get to leave the school and out of shame because you use a wheelchair? The mean one. Don't stand up. Damn it, Dylan. Your answers in your question. What? What? Shh. I don't freaking see. Oh shit. Physics, French, geometry? Wow. No. JJ's wheelchair. Oh my God.
Yours? Why were you driving that Tesla yesterday? I guess I had it wrong yesterday. Why would you go taking this seriously? Next month, I was thinking we could renovate the garage and make it woodland. You know, when Angela said, I told you a letter. I was this close to being in line. JT, that's what I do.
Did he have a problem, or did he just like need to accept reality?
You've already used 8. This whole thing's due for a detailing anyway. What? I knew it! The second you saw my mistake, I thought I was looking at him like a poor guy.
He's looking at it like a poor guy.
Not at all. A little out of character. I mean, our whole thing is about having fun.
Okay. So dumb that they're giving it a chance. Why are they letting him pull out of school? Because he's gonna have to what? So the boy ended up deciding now we're gonna watch Rami on Hulu, co-starring a friend of mine, Steve Way. Shout out to Stevie. Shining. Can't wait for season 2 to see him doing awesome again. You can also hear him on one of our old podcasts. Steve was on our podcast inebriated activism this past year, but next year it's going to be going again, but without Steve because he's too busy now being a big time famous Hollywood amazing crip. We're so proud of him. So, he's doing his acting crip thing, and we hope he's doing more and more of his comedy thing because that's what he should be doing. And then maybe we can have him on as a guest. He'll be our special comedic crip guest. In fact, I'm actually going to be planning all the podcasts for inebriated activism for the next 6 months this week. So I'm looking forward to announcing those soon. Inebriated activism, disabled dating chat. We're bringing back Disrupt the Media soon. Bringing back Film Dis on Twitter. Bringing back all the podcasts and chats and everything. We took our hiatus and now it's over. More work. Yay for work. Hello. You didn't remove your socks. You didn't wash between your toes. Dirt in your toe is dirt in your heart. The prophet never let a toe dry. I think God knows what's in my heart. I don't think I have to scrub my toes like that. This nigga really takes his socks off and for him. It's like, look, this is how you do it. In the ear holes, in the nostrils. Grabs his feet in between your toes. If the water doesn't go between your toes, the devil will. When all that stuff was going around about white people not washing their feet, I put on clips from this show. The Arab uncle scrubbing your feet at the mosque. If the water does not go between your toes, the devil will. A proverb. You're gonna die alone, bro. Running out of options. They are not good. Oh, it's way worse than I thought. Look at the thinning. Look at it. The girls are not going to save you. The girls are not going to save you. It's receding. His cousins are coming for his whole life right now. You want a wife that swims at normal times in proper attire, not this nakedness. You know, where we came from, what we believe in, someone who's hot. Put your parents on it. That's what I did. Best decision I ever made. Sorry, baby. She's so hot. My mom did that. These guys are idiots, but they're totally right. My favorite line, she's so hot. My mom did that. Giving your mom's game credit for your hot wife. Like that was my mom all day.
Yeah, I was just checking it through.
Why would there be a wall?
Information. More of those things. I don't know what you all know, so it's just make sure it doesn't fall.
And you do this thing every time you have sex?
Yeah, it just takes a second.
I feel like oh, I'm making it weird.
Oh, I'm making it weird? Shh, Antonio.
Jerk dog. Jerk dog.
Uh-uh.
Okay.
There you go. You drink.
The other night we were out of the bar and you bought the entire food. Tonight I asked you to want another glass of
Well, I was.
My limit was 0. I was at my limit. My limit was none.
Okay, so you get those drunk and chase those versus
That's not what I do. So we're watching the Hulu series Mommy right now.
Smells like potatoes.
You're a potato.
Am I accurate that there was some sort of breakfast potato consumed recently today?
Your deep sniffs are weird, but yes.
Hash browns, yes. Possibly O'Brien.
It's weird that she's trying to track it out through her nose. It's creeping me out.
Just start pelting you with toast.
Because she literally can't smell anything most of the time. That's why it's weird that she actually knows what I ate. But yes, it was hash browns.
Hash browns have a very particular scent to them when they're cooked.
No, I just finished eating up. I was like, I'm starving. I'm going to finish my very early in the morning breakfast.
I don't know if I'm going to. All right, ding. Little Doge, so full of dumbness. Why are you so dumb, little Doge? I can't help it. I'm a little Doge. DC Fontana died. One of the original writers of Star Trek. Like right there with Gene in the room every day.
I was like, you're going to have to associate that name with something for me. I'm not good enough with names.
Considering the number of times we've watched the title sequences of Star Trek.
I don't remember names. I don't know the names of half the Star Trek actors. I'm never going to pretend I'm a name person. I will always be like, hey, sweetie. 100%. You're just feeling this void inside of you with a woman, and it's ruining my life. Hook it up. Who do I know? I don't know anyone. I know you. Covered, uncovered. Uncovered. My baby. We'll find one before you lose your hair. And then she points to his dad like,
He wears that snapback all the time. It's gonna happen sooner rather than later.
What I always told my brother, I was like, stop wearing these hats. Stop sleeping on the back of your head. Do the things that will decrease it. Protect your hairline, fellas. Don't wear and tear. It's like a girl wearing headbands every day. Them thick cotton hairbands. You can't wear those every day and think it's not affecting your hairline, girls. That's how you end up like all of our moms. As 80s and 90s headbands.
Oh, the ones that right here.
My mom went through a time where she had to like let her hairline come back in because she wore those headbands for too long. She was like, my mom's hair is thick as fuck, but her hairline was being affected because she kept wearing them headbands.
My mom was never a headband person.
My mom worked in the medical field, and
you've seen my mom's hair. My mom is like my sister. She has her hair thinned out.
My mom has a lion's mane. We used to nickname her Mufasa. Like she'd be like, just on your way to work, just slip on the little.
My mom is the worst. She's like, your brother, your sister, they got.
She even uses them with a ponytail. That's how thick her hair is. Like even with a ponytail, she needed it.
My mom, her neighbor from across the street has convinced her to look into getting a wig or two for when she's not feeling.
When she doesn't want this shorty short.
My mom is actually talking about letting her hair grow back up.
Finally.
She's had the short mom haircut for like 15 years.
One of my mom's best friends the other day, my mom was like, guess what Gwen did? And I was like, cut off all that hair. Like she has long, thick hair just like my mom, and she'll cut that shit off.
It broke my mother's heart when my sister cut her own hair with scissors at the age of 9. My sister just was like, scissors, 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 scissors. My mom walked in and screamed.
My mom would have wept. forever.
Because my sister, she is the biggest butch lesbian.
I was about to say because your sister was like your sister looked into the mirror at night and was like, I feel done in my soul.
She didn't start out butch because she was a cheerleader and she had a huge shoe collection, and she was a pretty girl and up until high school, and then she had issues, and then all of a sudden,
done.
Serious butch, like basketball shorts and white beaters.
But you know what? One of my human sexuality teacher told me that she had a younger sister because she's like 10 years older than her younger sister, and so she's like she wasn't even living in the house anymore, so she didn't realize what happened at the time. But she had one of those like date rape incidents, but it was with a friend, which I've heard a lot of women these type of things happen with friends, where it's a long time. Someone you've been friends with for like 4 or 5, 10 years, right? They come over to hang out, and he assaulted her. And after that, she went from being like a super, super girly girl all her life to being super butch. She would not wear anything in the slightest bit girly at all. She just
my sister, well, her feet are messed up. She still won't hurt. Yeah.
She felt comfortable being that way again after that.
Like a defensive shield?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna need you. I'm sorry, this is gonna sound like pandering.
I got some other weed today.
I'm gonna need you to go like my posts from earlier.
Okay. Give it a lick. I
require the validation that comes with likes on Instagram.
I actually haven't seen her post yet.
But oh my god, I had to repost shit like 5 times. And then my hashtags and stuff didn't work because the way I eventually had to post everything was I had to save the pictures after I added in like the hashtag and the tagging and all that stuff. I had to save the picture before I tried to add it to my story, because every time I went to add something to my story, as soon as I hit add to story, but before I can tap done, the whole app would close.
The app closed?
4 times.
Is it your phone or the app?
I don't know, but it happened 4 times.
Did you restart your phone?
I'm going to restart it now. And so it fucked up all these posts I was doing. And for some reason, I previewed the post. I built a post with my first picture of a cake I was building. Perfect. Looked great. Hashtags, everything. And then when I posted it, it turned it sideways and stretched it. But not any of the writing or the hashtags, just the video.
Well, it wouldn't do it with the writing or the hashtag.
Yeah, it just did to the video. But the video, it flipped it and stretched it. So it looks like
so it'll reformat them sometimes.
It looks like I have a short 9-inch cake, like a 10-12-inch cake instead of a tall 4-inch cake.
It'll redo that sometimes. Sometimes that's why I post videos on multiple platforms sometimes.
See, I did
ooh, pretty.
And then with the rough cookies and cream coat. And then final with the drip and the pearls. Yeah, that was the second cake I had to do today. I was busy today. I might have fucked up a batch of vanilla pastry cream because I cooked it like it said Tanape. I checked it 5 times. It's like run my finger through it. It's good. Dropped in the butter. It was still loose, like liquid, like ice cream base. So I might need to see if I can cook it more tomorrow. Because if I just bring it back up to like the temperature that it was cooking on the double boiler, I should be able to continue cooking it. So I might be able to salvage it still. But I did make some bomb cinnamon mousse. Our cinnamon mousse, it is wild. Mousses normally they're light and fluffy because you add in like a whipped cream, like you fold in whipped cream or something like that. No, ours is you beat the fuck out of sour or cream cheese.
Okay.
Then you beat in butter and you beat the fuck out of it.
Okay, I've made one that way.
And then
it's a heavy mousse.
And then you beat in sour cream.
Mm-hmm.
Or no, powdered sugar, then sour cream, then cinnamon.
I wouldn't really want a cinnamon mousse that way, but
I
wouldn't want a cinnamon mousse.
It's basically the same as our vanilla mousse, but we do it with cinnamon because it goes in the middle of our.
I was just about to say, what's it going on?
It's going in the middle of our apple cinnamon mousse cake.
Oh, okay, that sounds good.
Yeah.
I was about to say I wouldn't. I'm like, what's a cinnamon mousse for? Like, I was about to say that's why I use the cream cheese.
Actually, not terribly heavy.
Well, a heavy mousse compared to a light mousse.
Yeah.
That's why it's cream cheese based.
Came out really nice. It's very lightly cinnamoned. Then I built a bunch of chocolate mousse cakes. And that was tasty looking.
Yummers.
And
I
then,
love mousse.
And then the closer the other day, and basically nobody knew.
Said bye.
If he told Rachel, Rachel didn't tell, or if she told Rachel, Rachel didn't tell anybody here.
So no one else knew.
So no one knew. So the one girl who's kind of a pseudo manager, she's on the brink
because there aren't real managers.
There aren't managers. She's on the brink of an emotional breakdown.
Of course she is.
She was crouched behind
because
the pastry case
she's
today,
a pseudo manager,
about to cry, texting Rachel about how this person quit and how are they supposed to run. And she actually
she's you during the day.
She went off on her.
So she's you during the day.
Yeah, she went off on her with text message. She's like, "How do you expect me or anybody else to run this place when it's like this? When I constantly have people quitting and not showing up, when nothing works, when we are missing stuff, when stuff's wrong? Why? How do you expect this to happen? I can't keep training new people." And she went off on Rachel. So good for Sky. I love Sky. You know, I think, see, Sky up until this week, half her hair black, half her hair some bright color, yellow, blue, green, red. Now it's brown all of a sudden that she's taking on some of these manager duties. I almost want to
applying for jobs.
I almost want to say Rachel is like, you got to lose the hair color.
She's applying for jobs.
That wouldn't surprise me either. But she also, her and her husband run this booth at anime conventions.
Because that's the thing. Rachel wouldn't ask her to change her hair color because that would upset her. What she would do is change her hair color because she needs to go out there into these streets.
She's like, she's like, I was just done with the blue. It's like, no.
And just didn't want any other colors. It's like I wanted an application.
Yeah. No, everybody worth any money is looking for jobs. Because everybody's like, nothing's stable. Everything is always flapping in the wind. Like because that person didn't show up right now at that store, working the counter, making sandwiches, making coffee, cleaning up. Anything else that needs to be done, like the bake-off for cookies for my guys tonight?
One person.
That's it. Somebody else came in, but they actually work at the Santa Ana location, and they sent them down.
So that means someone's missing from the Santa Ana location.
But nobody goes to Santa Ana. Santa Ana is a shit store. We carry them. Like half our profits go to support them and keep them open. My store is like a $2 million a year store. Their store makes less than a third of that. And she can't she's painting herself in a corner when it comes to me because she's always like, you know, everything's looked better since you started here. It's the best everything's looked. So you're gonna either have to pay me real money, like
have your first manager.
If you're tired of me making so much overtime, give me a salary.
Give a salary. You know who doesn't get overtime?
People on salary.
That's right, bitch. They never get overtime because they're on salary. They have to just stay here extra late and come in extra early. That is their damn job.
That was your dog, by the way.
I believe it was. He's been a dick today.
He was underneath my feet, and when I moved them, he ran
Camera
backwards.
Ka-chow.
But no.
But
pay me $32,000 a year to
exactly.
start.
I was about to say, pay a salary person literally whenever you need them. You call them in. We had a motherfucking emergency. Come in on a holiday. Work half of it. Say goodbye to your fucking family.
That person might be there 10, 12 hours a day, 4, 5, 6 days a week.
Say goodbye to your fucking family.
Yeah, because they are Johnny. They have to be Johnny on the spot. It means that you own that person.
You do salary shit.
Yeah, you know it's
but
pretty rough.
She's asking for salary level work. That's what my thing was.
Yeah, exactly.
That was my thing was when I started asking, I was like, wait, y'all don't get benefits? No, wait, there's no managers, so no one's getting medical benefits in this whole place.
Wait a minute.
With the amount of work that she's asking for.
And I have to look that up because we're not individual stores and a production facility. We're one company. And she's got 3 stores
How
and a
is it
production.
possible that under taxes that she doesn't have to give anybody their medical benefits?
And she's incorporated. I want to say she's incorporated. She might be a sole proprietor, but I want to say she's incorporated.
How is it possible?
She's a fucking cheat. She is.
It's like in,
I'm pretty sure she goes in and changes people's passports too.
and it's like. But when I today is a International Persons with Disabilities Day, when I was playing Pose, I was talking about how the way that the medical system works. Remember, we were watching. I think it was Hassan Minaj did the episode on the senator, who made it like his legacy before he left office to make sure that healthcare and mental health care were treated as one thing.
Wouldn't surprise me if that was Strom Thurmond. The dick move?
No, he did it as a good thing.
Oh, then it wasn't him.
No, it was a good thing. It was like one of the last things he did because like he had issues himself and like had attempted suicide or something like that. That's why I'm like, we're gonna watch the episode so I make sure I'm right on my facts. But but he made sure he got that stuff through. And that's why I'm like, so if that's the system, they made sure they passed the system. That's supposed to be the American healthcare system. Where that's why it's like you can get medical benefits and you might have to make sure you get dental and eye care, but you do get mental health care because of that guy.
Yeah, I'm gonna look this up and I'm gonna drop a dime on this bitch.
But the thing is that like the fucked up part is that I'm like, so how is it that the transitioning system is set up so that you get all your stuff to physically transition, but your mental health care isn't taken care of? I'm like, how is that possible?
See, this is where it works in. As of January 1st, 2015, employers with 50 or more full-time equivalent employees.
Full-time.
Most of these kids are working 3-4 days a week, maybe 8 hours a day. I'm actually only scheduled on 6 hours a day myself.
Full-time.
I make full-time, but I'm probably one of maybe a dozen people throughout all 4 locations that makes full-time.
And since they passed those laws, so many businesses have taken advantage of that.
Yo, Walmart's the biggest offender.
How can they?
They literally will schedule you up to 32 hours, and when you hit 32 hours, get the fuck out that door.
No, I feel like they can't be. I feel like they're only the biggest offender because they have the most employees.
That exactly.
I feel like that's the only reason why. Because I literally, when I was working everywhere where I worked, literally would be like, "We'll fire you if you put in more hours than that." Mm-hmm. And I was like, so I don't think it's Walmart is the worst. Morally, it's just that they have the most employees.
They're just fucking over the most people
they just
per
have
capita.
they just have the most people affected by one name.
Exactly.
Like that's.
Yeah, they're not the worst offender because they're doing the worst shit out there. They're doing it on a larger scale.
Yeah.
Because maybe the manager, the actual full manager is full time, and a couple of other people.
Or the 2 full managers and 1 assistant manager.
Right. But
department heads in the stores.
I mean, just people in the store.
No.
Target, they'll give you full time and they give you benefits. I was like a month away from qualifying for mine when I quit to go start working in food.
Target's not as good as people think.
It's not the best, but it's good enough.
Some people are getting benefits, but a lot of people aren't. Just like some products are good, and a lot of products are still made in sweatshops at Target. It's just the same as like you still gotta watch them.
Yeah.
They'll still sneak shit by you.
Oh yeah. Oh, when you're working on that level of business, it's hard not to start pulling that
grimy
shit.
Stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I'm like, let's not. Target sells brands I like.
Yeah. I wish. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like working in food. Well, I like working in food. I've made some of my best friends through it. But
it's a passion. It's for us.
Yeah. I almost sometimes wish it was like, because they offered me a management track. They're like, but you're in school and we think you're going to quit in the next few months, which I did. And I was like, and they're like, if you wanted to stay, that's fine. But you gotta.
I have 2 friends, and both of them started working for In-N-Out when they were in high school, and one of them
In-N-Out's a good job.
Yep, In-N-Out's a good fucking job, just like Stater. In California, we can tell you, everyone will tell you here, In-N-Out and Stater Brothers, 2 of the best companies you can work for.
In-N-Out starts at $15
when
an hour.
Stater Brothers hires, the line wraps around the building. because people are like, they start their people at the register of $5 above minimum wage.
Yeah.
And like,
Yeah.
so like,
In-N-Out,
with benefits.
I mean, in high school, In-N-Out started at
yeah,
$15
even if you're
an
in
hour.
high school,
No, when I was in high school, and that was like
yeah, when I
15
was in
years
high
ago.
school, a girl I knew in high school got pregnant and lost a baby, and then everyone is pretty sure got intentionally pregnant a couple months later. I mean, there's no evidence of that, but she literally got pregnant again 6 weeks later. And it's like, what 16-year-old would allow that to happen?
Well, USA
but
Today
yeah.
even did a story last year about how In-N-Out managers make $160,000 per year. And you know what the reason is? Have you ever seen an In-N-Out
When an
at
In-N-Out
lunchtime?
district manager comes through, they're driving Bentleys.
Mm-hmm. There's never not a line at any, even the worst located In-N-Out on earth. There's never not a line at lunch.
And you're sitting there and you're like, it's
yeah, because we're so like
yeah, we've had it so
it.
much. We're like, is it this good
Right.
for this line? Calm down.
But people are waiting like an hour in a traffic line at lunch and at 1 in the morning, like when the bars close. Just eat this fucking burger.
Yeah.
I mean, the one in Hollywood, right next to Hollywood High School, the worst fucking location on earth.
You
and
met my friend David, right?
Infuriates me. No. Who?
I think you met my friend David. He came here.
Yeah.
From high school. Okay, we've been friends since 9th grade. His first job in high school was In-N-Out. Anyone who wanted to work at In-N-Out when we were in high school, he would hook them up with a job in In-N-Out. The only reason I didn't work there is because what was closer to my house was Baker's. And Baker's was a really good job too, just not as much money. But then my back went out really fast. I was actually getting promoted pretty fast at Baker's. I qualified on all the stations really quickly. And
because it's good, but it's dead ass basic.
Yeah, exactly. It's so basic. Like I learned, that's the thing. I noticed most people wouldn't do that. I learned every station in there. I was just like, can I learn the station and take the test? Like, so
because why the fuck?
Yeah, I would learn the station, take tests, then I could take over those people's shifts as they called off. And so I was able to make so much money there, even back when minimum wage was below $7 an hour. So I was like, by the time I was going to turn 18, they're like, we'll promote you to manager when you are about to graduate. We'll make you an assistant manager. But the thing is, my back went out like halfway through my senior year of high school, and I had to stop working. So David kept working at In-N-Out while we even started college, and then his little brother, when he turned 16, he started working at In-N-Out too.
I should have started in high school. I could be fucking. I could be rolling in an expensive ass car right now.
Everyone we knew who asked us, we'd be like, In-N-Out or Stater Brothers is where you should go. And even people who like food, I'd be like, go to Stater Brothers. They have a good bakery.
And you know what, Stater Brothers, once you're there, you are in the union too. So you can move from union job to union job.
One of my friend's mom was a Stater
union
Brothers
pay.
baker. Well, I go to Stater Brothers Bakery. It's a nice bakery. Nice and clean, good orders.
Yeah.
You're making nice stuff. You're getting good money, good benefits. Go to Stater Brothers Bakery. Be running that shit in no time. People like food. I'd be like, wait till Stater Brothers is hiring. Go to Stater Brothers Bakery. Because Stater Brothers jobs are quality. Like, that's what Californians know. We're like, there are a couple businesses out here where they're like, you can really make a whole life off of this little job that can turn into a whole fucking career. So David's got offered to run. They offered him running a location for In-N-Out before he was 19, and he didn't want to do it. That's when he decided to join the military, because he was like, I don't want to work at In-N-Out.
Okay. Uh-huh.
What?
Stater Brothers Markets pays its employees an average of $15.37 an hour.
Told you. So
hourly pay ranges from $10.38 to $25.32, and assistant managers are walking away with $80,000 a year.
$80,000 to be an assistant manager at a Staters.
$86.61.
Be 35 and be 32, be 30 and show up at a Staters and be determined. Be like, watch me be assistant manager in this bitch in a year and a half.
Grocery store. Okay. Oh, I was so slick when I was at Target. I would roll in, and first thing I'd do on all my aisles, everything right at the front, dead center. Boom, my aisles were like flush. I actually got.
Stater Brothers are the best jobs.
Oh yeah, I could be running that place.
If I was
year.
physically held well, I would have definitely. Every time I've seen him hire, like, always sent people to Stater Brothers. Anytime I've seen them hire, I've always sent people to Stater Brothers because I'm like, these are the best jobs. Stater Brothers,
Life jobs.
Great life job. They won't fire you unless you fuck up. So, like, that's why I saying that girl in high school, when she got pregnant again, when she was 16, she got a job at Stater Brothers. They gave her a cashier job because she was already doing really well in school. She was able to take care of her baby after that job. She stopped cheerleading. And so what she would do is she would go to school. Yep, she went to school, and then while she was at work, her mom would take care of the baby. She worked at Stater Brothers, got herself a good-ass Stater Brothers career. You can be end up a district manager. They'll let you go. They'll make time for you to go to school and stuff. Once you get those degrees, you end up being district manager and stuff, have you making in the six figures and everything.
Yeah.
But you have to get into the good, healthy franchises that really want to move people inside up.
Oh my God, the one that opened in the hill, up the way from Highland. Like there was regular Highland, and then there's that road up when you went up Baseline and went up into like the hill part of town, and that was like the fancy part of Highland.
You know, Castaway's closed.
Oh really?
Yes, my mom was telling me, she was so sad. All the bougie people in San Bernardino started eating at Victoria Gardens. She knew exactly what the cause was. She knew exactly what cause was like. That's 100% what happened.
Victoria, I like Victoria Gardens well enough.
But it wasn't that great. That's exactly what she was like.
It's all the same shit.
To give up Castaways?
It's all the same shit. It'll reopen as something else.
No, we have nothing bougie and Inland Empire.
You lose some of your fun little. We're losing some fun little spots and places because
well, at least we have the Mission Inn. Their food will always be good.
Well, the Mission Inn will never close because
it's
a California historic landmark.
Exactly. That's why I'm like, at least we have the Mission Inn. Yeah. It will always be there.
It will always draw a crowd. And there are places around it that are really good.
The food will always be amazing. There are good places around it. But if you go to that Mission Inn brunch buffet.
In Riverside, California, the Mission Inn.
The Mission Inn.
Check it out.
Get that roast beef brunch buffet.
I did not know about that.
Oh, yes, girl.
That would have been worth like, oh my God, that'd be great. I would have invested my ass over there when I lived there.
My parents took me there as a treat once to thank me for being a good teenager.
Oh, and if you're in the Riverside area, check it out now because it's the Festival of Lights.
Exactly, the Festival of Lights is, I was just about to say, the Christmas time is the best time to go. If you're going to go like once a year, always go during Christmas because there's the Festival of Lights all downtown Riverside. All the Christmas lights lit up everywhere. Yeah, all the Christmas lights are going to be lit up all over downtown Riverside. It's amazingly beautiful. And so it's amazing.
It's dope.
And so if you go there now, meal at the Mission Inn, and then you can see the lights. But because after when I was a teen, and I was always like, I'm a good teenager, you guys are so spoiled with having a nerdy teenager, you don't even know what a good teenager is. All I give you is attitude, and like that's it. What have I done? No drugs, nothing illegal. I don't sneak out because I'm too tired. Not fucking anybody. My God. Get off my nuts.
My mom, she was like, when it came to me, she would like hand me her cell phone and say, just call me if you're going to be out past 12. Because I never went anywhere. So when I did go out.
Like, where am I going to be?
So when I did go out, it's like, I'm going to go to the movies with my friends.
And that's why my dad, my dad would give
phone.
My mom so much attitude when she let me go places. And my mom's like, she's at Barnes & Noble.
Right? With me,
like,
it was
she's literally in the same one place she go, the one shopping center she likes to go, or the other one.
With me, it was
with the
like
same
they're either
has.
out with the band, with a bandmate, and we're talking marching band, or just at the at combat quarters, playing fucking internet games for $5 for a block of 3 hours.
Yeah, exactly. There was a place just like that in Redlands too, so we could go there. He ended up with a place for the bitch. So she's like, I know exactly all the locations she could possibly be.
Yeah. And then I had a car at like 15, and free
And
range.
see, I didn't have a car. She knows my friends who have cars. It's like she's only with David or Chantel, the only two people she knows who has cars or can drive. or John. All people I'm still friends with to this day and have their numbers and talk to on a regular basis.
She knew that what few friends I had.
Right? She's like, where are they at? Their parents know exactly where they are too. Like she's like, their parents are tracking exactly where they are and all their moves and exactly what they're doing. It's the parent collective. Like they're not worried. Together, they'll all make sure that we're not doing shit. Do you think that's too much or? This motherfucker couldn't even walk home.
Or he chose not to.
Nope, he wandered off too many times and he made him get on the back. You know that's what happened. Because he did not want to waste his battery power giving him a ride. But he's rubbing his hair and shit. No. No.
You better buy that. You better buy your friend a new gummy.
Oh, Pat. Because I had to sleep in pain tonight. Because you ate that. So buy me a Pat. To make up for the emotional duress. I'm going to miss you so much, man. Shut the fuck up. I know I'm always joking about it, but I really soon. Oh my God, he's fine, Rami.
Oh, Rami.
What about you, Miss Russo?
Rami is the worst kind of high person.
Does anybody ever ask you about you? Spending your whole day taking care of Stevie, right? Like, you know, the only reason he got away with this shit is because they known him since he was a little kid. He's the fucking worst right now. Like, just shut the fuck up, Rami. Hey, boo. Fuck off. It's like you gave birth to him. He like came out of your body, but it's like you didn't give him enough body. Oh my God. Oh my God. Because he's all like it doesn't work. And so I don't know. Do you feel like this is your fault, or I don't know? No, I don't think it's your fault. Oh my God.
Oh, this is so uncomfortable.
I'm sorry that your life fucking sucks. Oh my God. I'm sorry that Steve's so mean. You're gonna be at his funeral, right? Like some people don't know. Oh, you know, I'll probably die before my kids, but you know, you're gonna have to get a coffin.
Oh,
Probably like one of those little baby
coffins.
No. Because you feel like, you know, Steve's gone. It'll be cheaper. Wow. That's all Steve said.
You know I love you, Stevie, right?
You ever have one of those highs where all you're thinking in your brain is shut up, 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 but you can't stop yourself from talking?
But the words just come out.
The words just keep coming out? That's exactly what just happened to him.
And then he went to find God.
Oh my God, he's so lucky he's known them since he was in
The only way it'll be okay.
like 10 or 11 years old, because the only way that they're going to be able to look past those moments. But you know.
Sorry, we don't have any food left. Oh,
No, so I brought it in food. I get afraid for my friend.
Oh my God! I came to pray for my friend. He's going to be dead.
He's always so dope.
He's always so dope. You know, the prophet.
I love that he's this big country white guy who's like, oh,
You know, the
casual Muslim.
prophet. He's always so dope. Oh my goodness. That story kills me every time. You want that ass? I didn't want that ass. I do. This show is so amazing. I'm just another dude who does weed, you know?
The prophet said the dopest thing in the hadith.
I gotta clean. You know, it kind of feels like that guy tricked him into doing his job. But if you actually think about it, really, like, if you're a part of like a church, you're supposed to be like a part of like a community organization, and you're all supposed to volunteer to take care of it sometimes. So cleaning it actually makes sense. If the water does not go between your toes, the devil will.
I mean, did the guy leave?
Right.
The following is intended only for mature audiences. Your discretion advised.
That's why I said it does kind of seem like he tricked him into doing his job. So, right? Is he with that married lady right now? I think so.
I have no idea.
Yep. She is married.
We have broken every magic or not, there is to break, okay, Mom? And a toy is not gonna make up for anything. We're not fucking with people here.
So I was thinking, she drops off the kid, we bring her my lunch, then she kicks you out. What part of the routine told you to buy a gift? I just thought it'd be nice, man. Her son's cool, smart fucking kid. You put it up on my lunch. It's a deal. It's against all the rules. It's a huge fucking sin. Well, you wanna raise my kid now? You know what you want? He doesn't understand what you're saying. If he doesn't open lunch, he'll fuck us. It's sick. Cleanse yourself. Take a fucking shower. See that cool here? See that cool?
He's a homewrecker. Homewrecker?
I'm here to hang out with you, man. I miss you. That's why. That's the only reason I came. What's going on? Tell me about your life.
Take my headphones off.
So we need this one. And you know it's going to sell out. Those are going to sell so fast.
I need this. I need it now.
Ten inches tall? 10 inches tall.
That's almost a foot.
Yeah, that's taller than any of our Funko
This is
Pops.
taller than all our Funko. This is gonna be the biggest Funko of all. It's like bigger than this. It's bigger than Squishy.
I think it's even bigger than
Squishy
the Sanderson, which is on their pedestal.
Man, it's bigger than
That's
Squishy
a big,
Kobe.
and it's Baby Yoda. He's my favorite. I've been working on an idea for a comic.
Really?
called Mando and the Kid.
Mando and the Kid. I like that.
And it's just them doing like everyday stuff. Like,
So it's gonna be
like-
a comic show.
yeah, sometimes you him at the laundromat and like not his armor but his helmet, or like look it up on the.
Can I suggest
on top of the
ideas?
washer.
Can I submit script ideas?
I want to do one where it's just like, just single or 2 or 3 panels, just something, a short comic, short form. Just quick little snippets of their life together. But with that traditionally kind of like quirky father and child dynamic. Because they kind of have that, like at the beach. Hmm?
Oh my god, I already
Just-
have ideas.
Just a helmet, swim trunks, and what's his name out in the water.
Just a helmet and like a cardigan and dad jeans.
At the mall.
And I'll find a kite.
But it's gotta have like that also that Star Wars bent on it.
Oh no,
it's
see,
not just,
I already know what the bent on it is going to be. I just don't want to spoil it in the stream.
yeah, it's little things like that, Mando and the Kid.
Yeah. Oh man, Armando and the Kid series. We got to start on that immediately, girl.
Because we have to find a way to relay his exasperation at moments with the fact that he's got a magic alien child.
Via anime signals. That is exactly what you would use, of course. Anime emotional signals.
With a helmet on, this is kind of universal.
The little lightning bolts and squiggly lines of yore.
Alright, yeah. I'll head over there.
Taking a break from beating up my squishy Kobe. Hit the weed. No spoilers on what, The Mandalorian or our comic book? Oh yeah. Do we need artists for this to animate it? Because I can
I don't
get
want
us
it animated.
one.
I just, like I said, 1 or 2 panels.
Oh no, but I'm just saying,
Yes.
like we just need.
I just want to do some rough mock-ups.
No, but I'm
show
saying
people.
once we have the scripts for like I'd say 10 of them, we should get them animated. I could get us an animator. Like someone to draw up the panels. Real good styles.
Welcome to the boat. See you there.
What is Twitter if not a never-ending chasm of artists? Okay, well, we're not giving Mandalorian spoilers or comic book spoilers. Except that there is a baby.
Okay. Thank God for Star Wars nerds. In 5 months, the Mandalorians fought with and against 1,000 armies on 1,000 worlds. They learned to speak as many languages and absorbed weapons, technology, and tactics from every war. That's the Wikipedia.
Ah.
Wikipedia entry for them.
Gives me an idea for a crossover. The Mandalorian is fire. It's really good. My hands smell like perfume and weed. I accidentally spilt some perfume on my hand yesterday or 2 days ago. Still smells like it. Coconut is my jam. The proper response from a barely legal girl having alcohol.
Oh my god, fucking nerds.
I'm still waiting to see what the hottest take I'm going to hear on The Mandalorian is.
I have enjoyed the show. It's good television. It's it's not bad. It's been good.
It's been good.
It's been good. It's not the best thing I've ever seen, but it's got solid writing. The
Agreed.
special effects are they've paid close attention. They've done an exquisite job.
You know what I really liked watching the Terminators 1 and 2 the other day? From the very second Terminator 1 started, I was just like, how dare it on Terminator and press play on Terminator Dark Fate. Just because like I saw people who specifically critiqued the graphics in the movie, and I'm like, have you recently watched the Terminator? Because it looked like toys. Like reenacting
The original?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like reenacting a war scene. I was like, to pretend like that was the peak that graphics could ever be is so offensive to everything media is. Yeah, Dark Fate was so dope. When I started watching Dark Fate, when they like it from the opening scene, I was just like, oh shit. I was like, damn, like, this is good. And I don't like over the top CGI and effects. I'm like, it has to be like just the right amount for me to enjoy it. So I really liked it. But like, I'm like, have you guys watched the original Terminator recently? Because there's a difference between like not over the top and just like very old.
Very old.
Very like minimal budget. They weren't sure if this movie was gonna do well or not at the time. Like maybe they gave it a good budget, maybe they gave it a borderline budget for what they needed. Effects, and that's what you see when you watch Terminator. You're like, there are Star Trek episodes that don't look like they're using toys as much as Terminator's opening scene.
Oh God, yeah.
It's like, so it looks like a scene from Toy Soldiers.
Oh right. Oh my God.
100%. Like, so how dare people come for the effects in like Dark Fate? I just like, let's be realistic about our critiques here. Critique something real. Be like, I didn't enjoy the pacing. Like, critique something real. Don't critique something just that's out of bullshit. So yeah, that's sometimes things I notice with movies. So like, you're not even like the Mandalorian the graphics are really great. Because even some of the newer Star Trek movies, I'll be like, the graphics are too on point. And then it almost looks like a play. You can't watch the new Star Trek movies in like HD. You can't watch them in like HD Blu-ray on the TV that's HD. It's too HD. It looks like a set. It looks like a movie set. And like, why would you want to watch a movie set? You want to watch a movie.
This is true.
So it's not enjoyable if you watch it that way. You're like, I need to watch this on a cheaper TV so I can really enjoy it. Did I put my base to my charger already in the plug? I think I did. The bigger one?
You did.
Yes.
Probably knocked loose at some point by a smoke.
No, I had to switch the cord, but then I was like, but I can just switch the cord back.
Okay, 1 second. Let it just settle into place.
It's connected.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
No problem.
Yes, it's important for the graphics to match the story. And it's important for the graphics to not disrupt the story. Like in Superman, Man of Steel. It's like every time they start using the graphics on him, it disrupts the story because you're like, oh, now it's fake. You're like, I mean, I know that superheroes aren't real, but then when I see him like bouncing around looking all extra fake, now I know it's not real. You broke the movie magic with your over-the-top graphics. Like, calm down. It's like, so yeah, you have to find the perfect middle ground. You see me pressured into drinking by a little girl. Squishy cookie. Hey, put Squishy Cookie back so I can smoke some more. Because he's distracting. So you get so caught up in the drawing, but really the writing is the much harder part of a comic book.
Mm-hmm. It is.
No offense to my illustrators out there. Illustration usually takes longer once you get it to them. Well, also that depends too. No, it's not a guarantee. One of my nails is trying to break, and I do not know what I did to it. At some point, I must have caught it on something. I don't think I did see it. Although I know that I wanted to see if I could get the black bookstore in my neighborhood to sell it.
Steve, what's up, buddy? Hey, can you open the door? Okay. Kayla, can you open the door, please?
I've seen parts of it. I know of it. So I've seen it in that respect. I haven't read it, is what I mean. The Crip Hop graphic novel.
Are they reading a knife? I'm gonna try and get this door open. What? Yeah, I'm trying. Maybe we gotta call somebody.
We're not calling the cops.
Let's call the cops. All right, no cops. Let's just figure this out ourselves.
We can ask them to pick the door down.
What?
We can ask them. This is the best way to break down the door to the work for kids.
Okay.
Ow.
We're joking, okay? You don't answer that way. If there's a plant will put on the ground, then take your dog and foot.
Right above the doorknob.
What?
Oh, that's cool.
What is
Yeah, I've
cool?
actually. Oh, so these ones said to me in chat. Oh, still throwing up. Yeah, I've been working on a one series for a while, but that one's much longer, more in depth. So it's gonna take more time to release, and I'm working on other things in the interim. And I'd like to do something shorter, get that out. In the meantime, that'd be cool.
MAND.
I received a phone call today from a guy mentioning about this new job he has as an investment manager.
He said we made out and she tasted like pina coladas. Steve is so wild. Oh,
What I was looking up is how you spell Mando in Mandalorian.
productive use of time?
More productive than watching an episode of a TV show, Marcy.
Not really. It's like reading a book more than once. Wow. Like, I actually took a lot from this conversation that I've never taken from it before. This is actually probably the most significant part of this episode for me this time. And that's not usually true. Each time you see it differently. It's a very ignorant thing to say. If you actually know how to watch television. But if you don't, because you're always looking at your phone, writing, and not paying attention to it, yes, it does seem that way. Because you don't have the attention span to really take in what's in front of you. Oh, he listened to the tapes too. Oh, that's so hurtful. Sometimes it's good for your parents to tell them their hard memories. And when they do, you learn a lot from them. So his dad was telling him how disappointed he was in him, but really just how hard it was when he came here, but because he couldn't even talk to his own family. And then he recorded cassettes and then would send them to his family and wait for response. And after months, he finally got a response. And the response was his dad yelling at him for how much he is damning him for ever leaving. So after his dad talked to him, he went and actually listened to the cassette that his grandfather had sent his dad. And the cassette was his grandfather telling him, you can't raise your kids in this other place. They won't be raised on the right path. They won't know how to uphold our culture and traditions. You know, they won't know how to behave and act. And after like what just went on in his day and stuff, it's like cuts deep. Like it's like instead of his dad telling him, you really just reinforced what my dad said to me that day. He didn't even say that. He's just like, the shit I went through. And then he went and figured it out for himself. Sometimes it's good for your parents to let you figure out the shit that they went through. So now we're going to watch Glass. It's all its disability wrongs.
Who the fuck is calling me?
Your mom?
With a 909.
Oh.
M. Night Shyamalan. Shyamalan.
Glenn, I'm pretty sure you know it's Shyamalan. Shyamalan. M. Night Shyamalan is here to try to scare us so much we can't say his name. I don't think that's gonna Salt Bay. You want to dance, creep? Here we go. Settling in for our disabled villain twofer.
What a passive aggressive power. Like you just walk through a crowd. And
It is passive aggressive.
I know you're an asshole. I don't have to tell you how I know you're an asshole, but you're an asshole. I'm gonna track you down, kick your ass.
Ruh-roh.
A lot of dead cheerleaders.
Quite a few. Okie dokie. Oh my God. I love Snapchat.
Why?
Someone caught like a whole political convo on the fly. It's beautiful. Will this please let me like switch? So rude.
Oh, they're still alive, cheerleaders.
True.
You could defeat him with a super soaker. Dead cheerleader. I'm normally used to guys being as strong as them. That's always rough when you find out you're not the only super strong person anymore. Like when you finally find somebody who's a match, it's like, oh, that was actually a fight.
The new Black Widow trailer makes no sense.
How so?
She has a sister in it. How she got a family?
To actually have to keep him looking into a light. They're not even on.
Because it's each of their own weaknesses.
Oh, fuck you. Oh.
How could you treat psychosis that severe and complex in 3 days? Something that's leading someone to believe that they're a superhero. What treatment? A lobotomy? I have so many questions. Like, what course of talk therapy?
And why 3 days?
What course of talk therapy could work in 3 days on someone that thinks they're a superhero? Like, you know what? I thought I was Batman 2 days ago, but now maybe not. Maybe I'm just Bruce. Who here, after reading 2 Batman comics, thinks that could ever work in 3 days? Your puppies. It's packed bowl. Actually, the weight broke me down and just didn't read it.
I just stabbed myself. Okay.
Stop stabbing yourself, Gwen. That's what I do when you're asleep. Right. She sleeps so deeply.
And you know for a fact I do not. She walked into the room, kicked me in the foot, and I jumped up like somebody was
I've also
attacking.
stood there and called her like 8 times, and she's just like, I've called you 8 times on stream, so the stream watchers know that. I'm like, I've heard you call Gwen's name like 6 times before. I'm mad he's doing a seductive pose. Wow. Boy. I'm like, I don't know why he ain't staying behind that line. I hate this representation of dissociative identity disorder. It's so inaccurate. It's so inaccurate. And this is an unhealthy display of treatment for it. If you did have a way to evoke or suppress somebody or personalities, it would not be right to force switch this. Absolutely necessary. Once you got them to the point where they weren't hurting anyone, get yourself the fuck out the room and leave. Don't put into the psychological trauma of switching over and over and over. But really, yeah. They're right across the hall from each other. Well, that was a dangerous sighting
Obviously, that sounds like a setup.
and really irresponsible location. That's when like everything in this movie is pretty fucking ignorant. Look how big this fucking place is. You could have them on completely different wings of the hospital, and they're like, "But what about directly across from each other?"
Right? That doesn't seem like it could blow up in our faces at all.
At all. This will never go badly. We're geniuses. We're the smartest people always in the room.
The smartest people
In
always.
the room. Why'd they water him down? What'd he do?
People are good without cars. I have to get out here before it leaves.
This bitch.
Hello? Hi. This is Richard. Professor Osuna.
Professor Osuna. That's not a thing.
I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing. I'm very much in favor of the country, and I find myself in a goddamn prison cell. And I am not able.
Okay.
I know this seems very unfair to you, but you are stuck. Your neighbor's Hector. You're not. No matter how many
Oh, honey, you tried way too hard with this story.
This girl's weird too.
The doctor?
No, this girl. She's the girl who was kidnapped in the movie with the horde guy.
That's right.
No way. I don't like it. We put nice back in pieces. What's so weird? I like it. I like it for a while, so I just get to drink for a while.
Ugh, these pictures are just so bad. The advertisements for this movie are so shitty. You should all be embarrassed for going to see this film. Like, if you're still going to see movies where it advertises somebody in a wheelchair with a blanket over their legs,
Oh, the full FDR.
someone who's institutionalized, chained to the ground, under any circumstances, that's not okay representation. You see why, right? Right? You see why that's not okay to have represented, right? That it's okay to chain humans up in mental institutions. That life imitates art. We don't want that to be the art life imitates. See, look like she's having a
Moment.
moment with him. We're the same. What the fuck? So apparently, somehow, her horrible trauma of being kidnapped by the horde made her realize that her uncle who assaulted her years before was wrong. And that never came up in the movie before. I know because I watched it. M. Night Shyamalan sucks.
He's not great. I don't know why everybody's on his dick all the time.
Eat my farts, M. Night Shyamalan.
I find him to be a mediocre director on the best of days.
On the best of days.
I don't like his movies. They're okay.
He hit it out of the ballpark with Sixth Sense, and that's about it.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone can be a one-hit wonder.
Yeah, but studios keep giving this asshole money.
I mean, even MC Hammer.
Really only had one hit. I mean, come on.
Let's not put the nigga up on a pedestal. We've come to the conclusion that I should perform the procedure that rebalances the part of the frontal lobe that what? That is overstimulated, the part that would do it honor to get to know. And she's going to do that in 3 days too. But now that would be like 2 days, so the day after she gets rid of the other guys.
Yeah. Bottomize them all, let God sort them out.
I mean, he really should have been lobotomized before. But not because I support lobotomizing mentally ill people, but because
Supervillains.
he's evil.
Supervillains don't count. Once you've perpetrated...
Yeah, I hate that he's a disabled supervillain, but he is a supervillain who has specifically said he's enacting supervillain things on purpose. That's his life goal. What more do we need to hear? Like, I don't know what niggas out of his cell without help, still looking catatonic, just in the hallway. I like that they're all acting surprised and don't really want to touch his wheelchair like he's a black ghost. That's exactly how I would be acting. 100% the same energy. Like, I was going to wheel you back in like that.
No, it's not like he can get up and fuck him up. He is the glass man.
Allegedly.
No.
Like, who knows? I don't know how the fuck you wheeled out here either. You haven't moved for 6 weeks as far as any of us have seen. Now suddenly you wheeling yourself out of rooms. You don't have a pass to get out of your room. How'd you get out the room? That's supposed to be locked without a badge. They just cheek twitched again. Like when his mom or grandma told him to stay strong and proud. Here's the pink aesthetic room. This room is pink.
Hand him a piece of pipe. David, can you bend this pipe barehanded? Oh, okay, well, you might have superhuman strength. The fact that he hasn't told anybody that he...
Well, I mean, the fact that they're triggering the lights means that they do believe that they can summon some sort of psychosomatic strength or powers via their belief, right? Otherwise, why would they?
It only works on him.
Otherwise, no, because they did use the water on him before.
Well, the water is what is David. The lights work on the other guy.
Yeah, but so that works on both.
No, they're two different people.
But they used the water on David a minute ago. You weren't looking.
Because David's weakness is water.
They used water on David while he's been in here.
That's not David.
I know, bitch.
Okay.
I know who the fuck David is. They used water on Bruce Willis. They used water on Bruce Willis. Because it's his weakness. Yes. So it works on both of them. Both of their weaknesses are able to be subdued by whatever the trigger for their weakness is.
But his is light. That's
and the other one's is water.
Yeah. I wasn't arguing that point.
What are you arguing?
You weren't even... Never mind.
The point isn't the light. The point is that she's not worried about him acting up right here. She's not worried about him acting up right here. She knows David behaves. She only needs the lights because she knows he won't necessarily behave. But she has the water. The water has been proven to work on him. So it has been, they have reacted like their psychosomatic powers can be summoned from both of them. So clearly they do believe that they have some sort of physical manifestation of abilities. Not finishing your statement is just above annoying.
This disorder that you made up so you'd have something to treat.
What do you treat in the disorder? That's what I don't get. He probably appreciates her research. Like, you're reinforcing my beliefs.
I hate her.
She's hateable, that's for sure. But then why are you
The
using
pants were clean.
But then why do you need the light and the water to suppress the powers if you don't believe that they have them? If you don't believe that they can summon psychosomatic powers, even if they're psychosomatic, why do you need the systems to suppress them? Because you're claiming it's psychosomatic because you're suppressing based on what they believe their weakness is. So it's like, even if it's psychosomatic, super strength can be psychosomatic. That's not the craziest thing in the world. People can alter their body's physical state temporarily. based on psychosomatic symptoms. People can have a psychosomatic pregnancy. So you think they can't have like psychosomatic hormonal bursts and chemical bursts in their body that allow them to have super strength for a little bit? Come on, son. There's a reason why you got them high pressure pipes in his room. Her logic doesn't track for her own theory.
But he did it barehanded.
Oh, they were old. At least possible. He's like, it is at least possible that you're not bulletproof. It's like, bitch, I'll run at you with a gun. I mean, there was only a few superhero comic books to start. And now look, we're drowning. Now when you write a comic book, people are like, oh, is it going to be a superhero comic book? Oh, they added all these icons for Netflix, and now my Netflix icon is the hormone monstrous.
Nice.
I thought about making it Titus.
Really?
I was torn. Villains. Here's my thing. Okay, here's my thing. Disabled people can be anything they want to be.
Even supervillains.
Even supervillains. So I do feel like I should support Glass's character, because if your lifelong dream since you were a child was you felt you were born and brought into this world like, nigga, I'm about to be a supervillain. And not only that, I'm going to prove that I am such a supervillain that superheroes are going to have to come into the world based off of my existence. You know, there will be more and more superheroes coming into the world at the same time as my existence because I'm here. I'm like, that type of narcissism and megalomania should be rewarded if you're that dedicated.
Get up underneath my feet, asshole.
I don't want to like take that from somebody's personality. I don't want to put their like identity as a disabled person before their identity as a supervillain. You know, isn't that unfair? That is a little unfair to say, like, oh, no one can ever have the desire to be a supervillain because they're disabled. I'm just saying to have the motivation for your supervillainy to be your disability annoys me. But his is kind of like in the middle. He kind of feels like because he was disabled, he had the convenience of realizing he was always born into this world to be a supervillain. Which is the kind of Phoenix Tale a disabled person would have. I don't know. I don't support the Horde at all. I can't and will not ever. But Glass, I'm like, as this being his like raison d'etre, his origin story as a supervillain ultimately. It's like, Unbreakable seemed like it was his origin story, but it really wasn't. This is like his ultimate origin story. What was that?
Some comic that was like exactly what happened
Reminding
to
her of
her.
her harrowing ordeal,
I guess.
and yet still somehow she's like, I want to look back into his eyes and reminisce, hold his soft hands, and be like, we've both been through things. Who wrote that? Who wrote that plot? Like, it's just some real fucked up Stockholm Syndrome shit all throughout this movie that I'm like, I'm not proud of whoever wrote this. He's been twitching. That's all he's gonna say.
Extra twitches.
2 for twitching. Let's put the funeral shit on. Here's the corkscrew.
That's what I was looking for.
Pieces out your way. We don't need these tonight. We don't need these till morning, girl. I'll go get. Hi. It's my payday tomorrow.
Oh, he's out using a computer somewhere.
Who?
Glass. Oh, in the guard's booth.
What'd I say?
He's in the guard. He's in their video room.
What'd I say? I'm like, I don't trust that nigga. Talking about he needed to-
Because the second guard was late. Kevin's parents named Clarence Wendell Crumb. He started mouthing that like he recognized it from somewhere. And now he threw the file up and he's chuckling. He's figured it out.
You figured it all out now?
Mm-hmm. That guard / orderly who's late for his shift, he's just chatting with the door guard about echinacea and shit.
See, this is where chat gets you people. Small talk, the killer. That's what any boss will tell you. Shut the fuck up. Stop enjoying your life.
Ooh, now he's rolling into the horde's room. Squeak, squeak, squeak.
Squeaky, squeaky, squeak. Do you want to take horde revenge? Squeak, squeak. Let's roll on. Crip style. Let's crip on this motherfucker. I'll bring the physical disabilities, you bring the mental ones.
I have 2-3 minutes left. Wow. Oh, okay. So he basically is like, okay, comic books are just a continuation of the chronicling that we've done since the dawn of time about different people of different strengths. You know, like man-beast or hybrid characters have gone on for centuries. If the beast is real, I'll break us all out tomorrow night.
Sounds like a call out.
Everything we do will have a basis in science. This is the real world, not a cartoon. Some of us don't die from bullets. Some of us can bend steel. That is not a fantasy. If you really think that you can get us all out, then you may meet the beast. But for your sake, I hope he likes you. Oop, they caught him. They got him while he was asleep. Apparently somebody on camera. Somebody saw him on camera. They went back and reviewed the footage.
Caught in the act.
So now they're doing the thing to him now.
Allegedly.
On this procedure that we've never done before.
This new experimental brain surgery procedure definitely won't affect your personality.
Now he's reliving a memory.
At all.
Oh no. He thought because he brought a giant stuffed animal for each side, he'd be fine. Oh, it's gonna take us one slip.
Oh my God. His mom is dying.
Oh,
the teddy bears fell.
He fell?
The teddy bears fell.
Oh no, his blockers. You better hold on.
Oh no, his sweater fell.
One good turn.
No defenses. As soon as he hits one side. Oh God.
There he goes, right?
He hit the rail. Oh, he hit the sides. They're stopping the ride finally. Oh, he fell to the floor.
Bloody and broken.
Probably broke several bones.
Oh, all of them. All the bones.
Many of the bones.
A plethora, even, of bones.
Kids with that condition, we know it, all the names of the bones. When you have brittle or fragile bones, you'd be like, want to know the names of some bones?
Too bad, because I'm going to tell you. It's a learning adventure.
I'm lucky that my joints don't easily dislocate yet, because I have conditions where they should, and they feel like they're going to, but they don't.
Yeah.
You just cut the guard's neck with a piece of glass.
Ooh, Mr. Glass did?
Yep. First name, Mr. Last name, Glass. Because it goes back to my whole thing about like how, you know, when people say you can be anything.
When people what?
When people say you can be anything.
Yeah.
That means you can be a bum. You can be a piece of shit. You can be an alcoholic.
You can be a grade A villain.
You can be a grade A villain. You can be like that person that shows up to ruin everybody's parties.
Me.
Are those things that are like awesome? No. But you could be them. You don't
can do it.
You don't have to be an inspiration.
You can be a piece of shit.
100%. I saw literally someone was sending me one of my friends, she sent me a picture of her final on disability studies the other day. And one of the questions was, how can you use examples like Judy Hanan, I think, and Stephen Hawking and some other super crip, you know, amazing disabled person to like help recently disabled people. And I was like, that's super problematic, you know, because like the best way to help disabled people is not necessarily to make them feel like they can be super crip. You know, that can be very disappointing. It can make you feel like, why aren't I being a super crip? And that can be what other people expect from you. Like, well, just because you're disabled doesn't mean you shouldn't still be doing above and beyond, like Stephen Hawking. And it's like, bitch, what the fuck? What? Why would I be Stephen Hawking? You're not Stephen Hawking, bitch. Like, are you Bill Gates? So why are you comparing me to Stephen Hawking? I don't even understand how that came up. Like, it's like, I understand how like, he is someone who's succeeded and has disabilities, but he's definitely not like a number one example, because he's like an above and beyond 1 in a million example, not like a regular person. And down the road can just end up making people feel like shit.
I'm like feeling like shit.
Like, why aren't I Steve Jobs? Like,
Feeling like shit's how I start my day and end my day. That is my day. Feeling like shit. But yes, why aren't I Stephen Hawking?
the correct response when someone brings that stuff up is like, have you thought about Steve Jobs? Like, what's that to do with me?
Well, Steve Jobs? Stevie boy?
Not a lot. Antonio, come here. Stephen Hawking is a good example to give to parents of disabled kids, to be like, you know, disabled people get married and have kids and live full lives. But them actually being Stephen Hawking is still as likely as them being Steve Jobs. So keep some fucking perspective. Well, the Beast came out.
Which is what he.
Had him calling naked on the wall a second ago.
Well, so that's what it is. That's his end game.
He wants a superhero, supervillain showdown in public. Now he's telling Bruce Willis that you only use 1% of your abilities when you're stopping these little local crimes and shit. Now he's telling him the Horde is going to be revealed at the Osaka Tower, and he's going to blow up the building, and he should stop them. It's going to be his coming out party. He turned off the water, but he won't open the door.
Well, Juicy Bruce's room?
Uh-huh.
Oh, he wants him to bust it out.
Yep.
He's like, no, you're going to show him just how strong you actually are.
Yep. He's like, you know, you're going to start right here, right now.
This guard. He doesn't realize his buddy's dead yet, right?
Now he's realizing it.
Why are you taking a nap in there, John?
Daryl?
Taking a...
Are you taking a nappy nap with some drooly drool? Is your drooly drool red? Is that not drooly drool?
Were you eating a blow pop? Carol? Tell me his cane is also a sword. That's some super villain shit.
Antonio.
You know who doesn't have canes with swords? Regular people.
That's true. You know he came in here and got that purple leather fucking jacket though. Uh-oh. He doesn't see the Norse coming down, the Horde coming down behind him, or the beast.
Oh, he's too focused on glass.
Yep. Here's the broken.
Just squeeze the life out of that man.
I don't like the way Glass uses the beast, but also it's high-key villainy.
Villain 101.
Right? Use a more susceptible mind.
Literally squeezed him to death.
And now beating him to death.
So the Horde is what they call themselves collectively.
Yes. Which I really don't like. Become a terrible misnomer for dissociative identity.
He's dented that door that much, and that they knew they had to put in a door that strong. It's like, bitch, are you sure you don't believe in superheroes?
Right?
You gave him a double reinforced steel door. I think you are not. I think you're showing some shit you ain't eating.
Her whole theory and logic doesn't make sense.
No, at all. Or her follow through.
I think she's a hero fan who wants to see a hero out.
That or a secret supervillain. Have to be top dog.
You knocked the door off.
Because of course he did. That's why they had that door in the first place. Odd outfit.
Nice her. And where's Mr. Glass going?
They're about to find a bunch of dead guys.
This little at all.
Why are they all here?
She's here for her Stockholm syndrome. He's here for his dad. She was there for her patients, check on his lobotomy. And moving on to, I guess, real. Psychiatric. Where's my poncho, bitch? Easiest cosplay ever. Do is be willing to be ableist.
This woman has issues.
You're not even a very good therapist. Or psychologist, I'm going to say. Or psychiatrist. Because, like, your thesis is all over the place, bitch. Actually, comic books are part of valid history. They're just a different part of valid history. But like cave paintings. And they're definitely pop culture history. He goes full naked to Beast Out. Damn, that coat is fire.
That's your cosplay.
Oh my god.
Mrs. Glass.
If I was going to be a disabled supervillain ever, it's gonna be Mr. Glass. 100%. It's just because he's so dedicated to the villainy. And he got that purple jacket though.
Decades of villainy.
Decades of villainy. A lifetime. A literal lifetime. He was like, I was a child. I was a small child. Looking at comic books like, this is my calling. I wasn't caring about, I didn't give a fuck about Superman. I was like, why aren't we caring about the journey that Lex Luthor is on? That's a villain, people. Look into the eyes and the heart of a villain. Like, you know, some people, if Shyamalan hadn't written this and a disabled person had written this, I would stand this character 100%. I hope that one day I am rich enough to buy the right Shyamalan and then write like a from a disabled person's perspective version of his story over again that it writes out all the fucked up shit. And you can leave the Unbreakable Man in. He could stay in because he's not actually really ableist. We have to take the horde out. That's gone. That's gone. If we have the horde in, he's going to be done the right way, not this fucked up way. Damn, buying M. Night Shyamalan's universe would be dope.
Don't get out of the car, dude.
That's the type of big
No,
spin.
he's flipping their car.
That's the type of big spin that would be fun to do when you're like Oprah rich, you know? Buy M. Night Shyamalan's whole catalog.
We're retconning everything.
Yeah, and then retcon all of it. And then you're like the better version of all M. Night Shyamalan shit. You're like, but don't call it better out of respect. Call it revised. Revised and rebooted.
For a world with common sense. Oh, he's taking a snack for later. A murder snack.
There are a lot of personalities in the horde, and not all of them support the beast. The beast is supposed to be like some entity that took over the horde because they saw that the boy was vulnerable because he had dissociative identity disorder when he was a kid.
This is almost over, isn't it?
Yeah. So that's what happened in the first movie, because I know you've never seen it. But yeah, what happened in the first movie is basically, that's why it's supposed to be like, people will be like, he's like a person, but he's like an alien. It's supposed to be because the beast is supposed to be like some entity that possessed him because he had the weakness of I wouldn't say weakness, I would say the vulnerability that allowed him in because he was already had the horde going on in his mind. So the main boy that was the like one who started developing the multiple personalities is the, I guess she believes she has feelings for, because she can bring him out in the beast. She can make the actual main boy who has the multiple personalities, who almost never is able to come to the surface, she can make him come out. And that's what makes her feel like she has a connection to him. Which I'm like, who cares? Yeah, this in no way dehumanizes mentally ill people. Not at all. No. Not even a little bit. When you see him like Akita across the ground like that. Cheetah.
Everybody's still pissed about this movie.
They even identified the condition that he has. She just says he has DID. Like, you can stop and get him help. She said that to the police. Like, he has dissociative identity disorder. Like, he's not just some, wild animal. He's somebody with mental illness. You don't need to like shoot him down. You need to approach this like a person with mental illness who needs to be incapacitated. Ouch. Ow.
Shattered skull.
He beat a cop with another cop. Well, you wanted to see him bend a steel rod on camera.
That's all I ask. Ooh.
Yeah.
He's taking a bite, huh?
Yes, he is.
Snack time.
She is still going to make an appeal for his love. Don't worry. After he went full cannibal in front of her, not just like maybe he asked before, but this
And
is
she
another
still has
time.
feelings for this little
Yes.
chick.
Who had kidnapped her in a whole other movie? For an entire movie. She was a kidnap victim. That was the plot. But anyway.
If he hadn't stopped for his murder snack, he could have gotten away.
I liked how the son stuck with comic book logic. He's like, if he's manipulating you, that means that there's a secret that he's keeping from you. That's always how villains work. They still know something about you that you don't even know. And then when you think you're about to escape, they go, ha 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 ha, child. You never even knew this about your whole fucking life. Kevin's who he is.
You're about to mess up that very pretty tuxedo.
Mother wasn't about to continue to abuse him.
You look too thrilled about that.
I created David.
Dead.
Just enough damage to make sure he dies still. And does he kill Bruce Willis? Oh, damn. Dives in after him to make sure he stays under the water.
Like, at the very least, yeah, he. Oh, and that didn't help matters.
Bust it, bust it, bust it, bust it. What? Bust it.
Nothing like the force of thousands of gallons of water.
Hey.
There it is. It would be amazing if Glass survives.
Still enough time to finish it in front of the world. Possibly.
I mean, that suit.
That's I love the look on your face right now. I'm loving the look on her face. She is disgusted, dismayed,
Dissatisfied. Just over it. He's dead. Because Kevin's not bulletproof.
Any sniper who didn't take them out on sight would be a fool after watching that display. What human sniper would watch that display and not kill them? This is America, folks. They're gonna shoot him too, buddy. And thankfully the horde weakened him up nice and good.
That tattoo is from somewhere. Mm-hmm. So do something evil, and he knows now. Boom.
And boom goes the dynamite. Uh-huh.
They sent me here for you, please. Tell me the truth. I almost convinced you were an ordinary man. I would have left you alone. But when the horde showed up here, then I just had to come.
Shh. Gorgeous story. And everybody dies. Which does definitely reinforce a better dead than disabled plot on the double dose of disability.
Oh, listen to her. Did you see that? They that's evidently.
So you gonna confirm everything?
And blue. They sum it up at the end. What machine? And they did execute some people. They allowed Glass to be a martyr and they executed the other two.
Yeah.
It's literally what they did.
He fucked you, bitch.
There's always a real plan.
Oh, Glass.
You
said
see this
something.
camera? There are 100 more of these. Everything is being recorded. Like Glass said, it's an origin story. Was any of it downloaded?
Oh, it was set to a live stream.
I don't know how this is possible. Someone was streaming the live security feed to a private site?
He set you up, bitch. He played you. That's why Glass is the mastermind. They're also gonna have video of your guys drowning the other dude. Like you just murdering people, basically.
We're rolling over everybody with the smartest crips in the world. That's why he didn't go out to the side entrance. Honey. This was a suicide mission. That's why he wore his best jacket. I mean, he didn't tell everybody else involved that they were going to be on a suicide mission too, but he knew that's what he was setting up. Who's more monstrous, the organization that killed everyone, that killed the other two guys, or Elijah for setting them up to be killed?
Here comes a message from Mama. Ding ding. Yep, there's her iMac. Is that an iMac?
That is an iMac, baby. Baby.
And it did just chime. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? Here's a gift for you, Mom.
Bitch, you try that shit every time a new iMac come out. Better make that G4 work, bitch. And she knows just who to send it to, too. The young who will know how to get it everywhere.
Spread. Disseminate.
Send it to Bruce's son.
All disseminates.
Like, where's David's son at? Disseminate information. Disseminate information.
She was never gonna leave alone.
You notice I'm wearing my little time spinner today?
I did.
I actually wore it because it's International Persons with Disabilities Day. And I'm like, what if I want to travel through time suddenly? Pew, 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 pew.
Okay, yeah.
And the WD-40 this. Woof.
Boom.
See, he told everyone he was going there, but he had no fucking intention of going to the building. He never intended to leave the parking lot. Oh, I like this scene. A public location like a train station or airport is a good place to see if something's gone viral. When someone's looking around for no one to show what they're looking at on their phone, like, nigga, I need literally anybody. I have to show a janitor. I don't care what I just saw. You're like, is this a clip for a new Marvel movie or is this real?
It is the same kid.
It is the same kid, yeah. He grew up so adorable.
No, at least Shamalama Ding Dong likes to keep the same actors in the family, I guess.
Thank you, Shamalama.
Shablamalama.
M. Night Shyamalan. We only get to do this because we grew up with M. Night Shyamalan.
Oh, but he's finished.
He's a dick.
He's the worst.
But is he any more than like most directors?
Where is he in this movie? Because he always puts himself in movies.
But is he more of a dick than like other directors? I think he was in a scene earlier.
He's
I don't
probably
think he
like
has hair anymore.
He's
so
probably
it
the
throws
cop
you
who
off.
is strangling Bruce Willis or something. Knowing him. Knowing Bruce Willis, the director would want to strangle him. Kevin Smith says Bruce Willis is a joyless husk of a person to work with.
And Bruce Willis says that Kevin Smith is a lazy stoner that he will never work with again.
Exactly. But I mean,
they're both kind of successful assholes, so who knows which one of them is really right about that.
From what I've heard, I mean, we all knew Kevin Smith was a stoner.
But aren't they both kind of successful bitchy diva type guys?
Yeah. But also,
I also think that
Unbreakable.
I do think that Bruce is a little more diva-y. If we're gonna put someone on a diva pedestal, it's gonna be Bruce. Let's be fair. We know who the real diva in the house is. Bruce Willis.
He's been around long enough. He doesn't have to give a fuck anymore. No fucks. None. You could go out and they put Good Burger on Netflix.
Oh my God! Thank you so much for saying that, Gwen.
I mean, it's on my hard drive, but also
yeah, like I mean, we have it somewhere, but goddamn, that's being streamed tomorrow.
Oh, you know what you could play? Book of Eli.
Oh, guess so.
Denzel.
Cripping up.
I mean, if you were looking for something, I don't know if you had something to plug.
Oh, I do. But I also was like, oh, I should type disability into.
Wow, it actually pops a lot of answers.
Let's see what things come up that I know about. What things come up that I know. Room has it, and I don't remember who's disabled in Room, but I know someone is.
What's eating Gilbert Grape?
It's on here? Oh my God! Gotta watch that shit show.
Oh my God. I haven't seen that movie in years.
To watch it most of the time. But today is the type of day when you watch something bad. And you, oh God, Rain Man. I mean, really, it's a Hateful Eight. I should actually say for a Hateful Eight day. And maybe I'll do it this Thursday. Do a Hateful Eight watch and have 4 terrible disability movies in a row. Although we just watched Glass. So that takes one away. Right? You can't hate watch
You didn't type anything anymore.
Thanks for telling me after I realized it. Thanks a lot for being useless, Hulu. I'm gonna watch a Raising Dion.
and I don't know how to stop it.
This show is good, but his little best friend in this show is so adorable.
Of course, everybody thinks their name is special.
Here we go.
Why aren't we?
On my water bottle, fuck you all the way. God, no.
It's the loudest 15 seconds sequence of sounds.
I just slam it once to knock him off, again to kill him. Whoa. Whoa. You had to have it quick. God, then lightning reflexes to catch these motherfuckers. Catch them slipping.
Lightning is the quiet part. Yeah, I got you with that one.
Lightning's what makes the thunder. Damn.
Daylight come and she wanna go home.
Oh well.
Having superpowers when you're 7 would be so cool. So finally got a disabled girl up in the mix. Obviously, you can see at this point that disabled girls and disabled women of color, especially, are way less common in the media.
Okay, so wait, why did you have the phone? He called me at 8:05 and told me not to call him.
8:05.
What, like sleeping before? Okay, like an office. Well, I texted you on the phone. I was talking to my friend, and I was talking to the school. I just wanted to latte while I was doing it. Hello, I'm not here. You can do sales. You can make a lot of money. You have a problem with that deal. There's no man. You like me? The only little brother that's really good for you? He is not the only one. Oh, so there's another one. Two right there, the black female. How about that? I can see the two of you trying to find a good public school in the middle of the school year. You have not told this boy to pull off. Damn. I'm just not interested. Is that guy? Any guy. Oh, why did you look me up? Oh, me. Nicole needs to get out of the house. Cool. I got it. It's a neighborhood that I don't like. And so everything stopped. Here. For all of us. It's also for there you go. Over here. No, working those pizza always has to stay perfect. How do you do it? One of the first things is to listen to hear. Half of my mom
Isn't she always late? Relatable.
Whoa! You got your hair? Look. Hi. Just tell me I went home. No, no. No. Hey, let's see what we can do. Don't get going.
Damn.
That's a big tiny fell. Oh my god. So lame. I'm not.
Gangsta's paradise. That's the response of a child who knows their mom will go wild in public. Like, please let this be the limit of you embarrassing me right now. I don't know how much more I can take. Hey, boo. No. What you do to your hair?
Oh, I forgot about that guy. Not the landlord, the asshole.
Pat.
Mother.
Who doesn't love a nice guy
Motherfucking.
with a goatee?
Motherfucking Pat.
You can always trust a guy with a goatee.
I believe my mom has that crocheted on a pillow somewhere.
Like, that's the rule. Well, honey, no. Get the bug spray.
No, me.
Her.
Her. Oh.
She's trying to kill, like, bugs. An ant trail with paper towels. Is this what they do on TV now? Because they're not supposed to show people spraying chemicals? We all know that's how you deal with the ant trail.
Only way.
Especially in this here America. We grew up in the desert.
Real.
You gotta treat ants like the enemy.
You gotta treat them like the goddamn Taliban. Burn them the fuck out.
They will keep coming back. Forever. I'm probably gonna end up ending this stream a little bit.
Yeah, so you can turn it up?
Yeah.
Or why?
Well, what I was gonna say was I'm gonna start a new stream.
Ah.
But what it is on that stream, I'm gonna turn up the volume or play music or whatever, knowing that the stream will be blocked after it's ended. And I will just save it to my personal files for putting on a private site later.
Smart.
Do it now. You can only watch it live. It won't be rewatchable later. But we want to listen to music and watch TV at volume tonight. So I've done enough hours of this where I will lock it down. And then I will stop it and restart it as a part 2 that probably will not be rewatchable, but will be enjoyable. Wouldn't think she's all that because she's drawn a Mandalorian right now.
I'm trying to think storyboards.
First of all, you don't do giant storyboards.
I'm doing my way.
Drawing a what?
shut up.
I'm imagining someone saying that to her in her kitchen. It was like, yeah.
Well, I'm having
I'm
fun.
rolling these loaves out my way.
I'm just drawing. I don't know why you
No,
have to fucking critique it.
You're
and make it a
actually
whole
drawing a
goddamn
great Mandalorian freehand, just looking at a picture. That's what's a little bit insulting about it. He's doing a great job. First draft. Look at it. Great job. First draft freehand sketch on the fly. Just like casually sitting here watching TV, looking at her phone screen. Like I'm bored. I just think she can draw. Oh, I have skills. Not even the pose she's looking at on her phone.
No, because I want the Mandalorian to look. I want that.
A different pose.
I wanted that classic '90s, like the.
Yeah. The buddy comic look like.
Because just down here, I'm just gonna have Yoda's head just like poking up above the rim. Mando and the kid.
Super cute already. So over here with her talents. I'm just watching her draw. Like that's coming out really well. Like easily. I would have to erase that line 4 times.
My perspective's a little off on his chest plate, but
you're doing a good job. So you're not really erasing much, and that's a draft, like a first time. You're just doing a sketch one time. That's coming out nice.
She didn't go that one.
I like it. Amanda's looking good.
Well, it's hard for the Mando.
Also, speaking of the Mando, Pedro Pascal, get at me, call me, hit me up anytime.
Oh, that's the guy's name, right?
Yes, I'm ready to mingle. If you're single. I mean, I already liked him on Game of Thrones, so now, as the Mandalorian, I'm extra here for it. You know what I learned? When my camera has trouble focusing, sometimes if I put squishy Kobe up here and give it a little squishy Kobe moment, it'll focus back up. It took me a few days to figure out how to get it to force focus, but I figured it out. The squishy Kobe trick.
Okay.
I just bit my squishy Kobe's ear. I need someone to bite.
I'm gonna give Baby Yoda
Oh yeah.
a stuffed mudhorn.
He's super cute.
Kind of wrong, but also the kind of thing the Mandalorian would give it.
So true.
Like, this is your sigil.
Oh,
You've
yeah, he
defeated it.
is.
You defeated it.
Like the broken chain banner on the Dragon Prince.
I'm like, oh,
I want one of those. Oh, we gotta sport the broken chain, bitch. I want a broken chain banner now. That's the kind of thing that you see for sale at a Comic-Con and no one knows why. But you're like, I want to buy that little flag. The broken chain one. They're like, why? What is that? And you're like, you don't watch the Dragon Prince. Get at me when you watch the Dragon Prince. Season 3. It's popping. Everybody go watch the Dragon Prince. Then tell me what you think. Is it popping or not? Gonna do this nonsense right here. And I'm done. I had to do some nonsense on the phone. Oh dang, he's doing it. He's doing it. He's doing the Dion. It's magic for you, so you won't be sad. That's the number one reason your kid would fuck up your house. And you're like, sweetie, I'm gonna have to clean all this up later. Please stop. Baby, no. Okay, now you're pulling stuff off of shelves. Cut it out. His little neon beige. Little smush neon face. I'm sorry, Momkins. What do you think is the way you could call your mom mom that she would be like, don't do that?
Wait, what?
You could call your mom mom, that she'd be like,
Don't never do that again.
Yeah.
I don't know.
My
That's a
mom
tough one.
does not like Mommy Dearest because we are fans of the movie.
I
like to use it.
I say no wire hanger all the time in your house.
I like to say, Mommy Dearest.
My mom would probably say yes.
Yeah, and she goes, cut it out. like you're being dramatic. Yes, I find that most moms have their preferred mom version in the house. Don't call me that. Or at some age, they're like, don't. Like when my mom told us at first that she wanted our kids, she was thinking about having our kids call her Granny. And we kind of told her no. Her feelings were kind of hurt. Because she was like, how are you going to tell me no to like what I want my grandkids to call me? And we were like, well, we had a granny and like, you're not like her. So the thing was like, what we associated Granny with was just so unlike our mom. It was the opposite, you know? We were just like, you're not a granny, you know? That was like literally what our thought process was on that.
Right. I had a granny, my great grandma. And she used to live in a house behind us and send me ceramic clowns.
Aw, creepy.
Mm,
You're like, only description.
that's description.
Right? Like, why? Why this? Why this gift, Granny?
Ceramic
Clown. The most fucking useless thing for a child, but still terrifying and disturbing. Oh, grannies. Why they be like this? See, grannies aren't comforting. That's my thing. Grannies aren't like inherently comforting. I mean, somebody might have a comforting granny, but they're not like as inherently comforting as a grandma or a mima or a nana. You know, those are all more comforting than a granny per se. In my experience, I don't know anyone who's had a super, super sweet, super, super comforting, just the most loving, nurturing person in the world, granny. Maybe you did. Please, if you did, get at me. But usually, isn't that not the granny? Isn't that like the grandma?
Grandma is different.
Your grandma's different, right? My grandma was much more different. Grandma did do
Like I said, my granny was my great grandma.
Grandma used to feed us stuff that we didn't like much more because she couldn't cook. And Granny could, but Grandma was the sweet one.
You know Cooley Ranch, that like Colton's named after her and stuff like that. All that area.
Mhm.
That's my great grandma's family.
Oh dang!
Yeah. When my grandma married my grandpa, it was in the society pages for all the area newspapers because they were money.
They were that Cooley Ranch money. Yeah.
And they pissed all away.
Yeah, it's like at first when I was a kid, I was like, maybe it's just my family. But the older I got, I was like, I don't really know many people who have like super sweet grannies.
Grannies are meant to be are meant to be monsters.
I 100% could see myself being a granny.
Mm-hmm.
You're right. Don't you see it? You're like, oh yes, May.
Basically, my granny.
I could be a granny. I could be a because grands are always in the middle too. They're like, she's not. She's not quite sweet enough for the mom.
You have the capacity for great evil.
Yeah, right. She's not quite sweet enough for the mom.
Great kindness.
We never quite know what's coming with Gran. So we just leave it up in there like Gran, and we hope.
Sometimes it's a pocket full of caramels. Sometimes it's a pocket full of chocolate laxatives.
Like,
roll
we'll wait to
the
see.
dice.
I can 100% see that, but like a nana, a grandma, I don't know if I'll earn that level of sweetness unless I have like a mild stroke.
Those exact words were running through my head when you said that. Unless you stroke out.
I have a mild stroke and takes out just a little bitty bit of my personality, and it's like, oh, she's become so tame and like easy in these later years than we thought she would be. After 45, she had that little thing happen at 46, and since then she's so much more of a breeze. So the grandkids, they all call her grandma, ma. It's like I got an extra ma. That's how sweet I became. I became grandma ma.
I typed BAB in and I got Baby Yoda first thing.
Baby Yoda on trend. Literally every nerd, you have to get them for Christmas is that Baby
Something Baby Yoda related.
Really, what I should get my niece to get her extra pop-in is some Baby Yoda stuff. She's not watching The Mandalorian yet, but I'm good. But like, I should get her some Baby Yoda stuff so that she's extra popping in January. Like she could look it up and figure out what it is. But like, I like her to be on nerd trends. I like her to be on top of the nerd stuff. My niece is nerd cool, and I want her to stay that way.
Right?
So I think I'll get her maybe like a Baby Yoda tee, and maybe if I can find her a Baby Yoda backpack, she would fucking love that.
Cool.
See, I'd be getting the cutest shit that I should keep for myself for her. I'd be getting so much stuff that 2 years later I'd be like, why didn't I even keep that for me? Because then I have to go through her room and be like, give that to me. You know how degrading it is asking for a 7-year-old to give you something that you bought for them. And you're like, you're not taking good care of it. It's like when you really want to ask for her back. You're like, that was a collector's item. Hey, boo. How you doing, Tiffany? Yeah, when you be getting your nieces and nephews these collector's items at Comic Cons and stuff, it's really hard to watch these little kids barely take care of the stuff. And you really want to ask for it back sometimes. It's hard not to. So I'm going to get her some Baby Yoda stuff, though, for Christmas, 100%.
Oh, 100%. That is the gift. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Stop.
Don't you hate when people do that? You're like, I'm trying to do something. That's why I didn't respond. But no, I'm 100% got to get my niece some Baby Yoda stuff for Christmas so that she'll be a poppin' nerd when she goes back to school. But I know that in a few months, I'm going to be like, let me see it. Is it clean? How many days a week are you taking it to school? I hope you're showing it off. Don't just keep it at home. Your brother and sister don't care. They're babies. Like, show it off. That thing cost me $50. Right? Like, don't wear it at home for your parents. I don't care about them.
Wipe it out every day. Wipe it off, wipe it out, wipe it down.
She takes good care of her stuff, so like I'll buy her such of things, but like don't just keep it for your parents. I don't care about them. Take it and show it off to people.
Right, this is for your nerd cred.
Right? I want you to get credit for it. Let everybody know what you got. The posters that I brought her down for her birthday, I gave them to my mom. I was like, please make sure these get framed. I was like, I didn't give them to my brother because I was like, he may not frame them. You know, you have to give them to another nerd.
Oh, you have to frame posters.
Yeah, you have to give them to another nerd in the house to make sure they get framed.
The posters you want to last, you frame them.
Yeah, and I was like, this could last her till she's a teenager. Just frame it. Signed by the artist. Frame it. Wonder Woman poster is beautiful. I'm doing good tonight. How are you doing, sweetie? Let me fill up my wine a little bit. I actually want to go get a beer, but I keep refilling the cup. It's just like an automatic pour reflex that my arm does before I can think it through. Like, slow your roll, arm. Okay, let me. Okay, good. We have a perfect amount of time left in this. Then I'm going to end the stream in 8 minutes. My goodness. Almost all of these characters are white guys.
Characters were.
When you just look up like disabled characters. Okay, got a couple girls. 2 black guys. Wow, that's terrible. Okay. He's like, I know, I'm scared too. Like, it looks like we're about to both die on this river, honey. What is this? What is what am I saying?
What are you saying?
I need to find this issue.
What do you want to bet Veronica was pissed off about that?
Of course she was. So was Betty, but she was nicer about it. Okay. Another female. Oh. The theory of everything is another bad one too. Okay, Dickie. I'll be back shortly. I'm here. YouTube.